The community of more than 7 million people who use SolidWorks demonstrate a level of passion, love, and loyalty that is normally reserved for your hometown sports teams, or maybe your favorite racing driver. So what is the SolidWorks community, and what makes it so special and so unique? To understand the passion and love, you need to fully experience it. You might talk to a designer or engineer that's made their living or advanced their career using SolidWorks, or attend a SolidWorks community event where you see people running to get seats in the front row, loudly cheering for the latest product enhancements. This group understands the value of gathering with other users to network and learn from each other. They find and create interesting events that keep the entire community engaged. You could even hear product leaders discussing their commitment to improving the software based on user feedback, or learn about how SolidWorks plans on pushing the envelope with what's possible in the future. So how did this remarkable community come together? The SolidWorks community contains some of the most passionate and creative people in the world. Designers, engineers, makers, analysts, and more all use SolidWorks to bring their ideas to life with an accurate and realistic 3D file. The community is full of people from aerospace, infrastructure, life sciences, transportation, high-tech, and much more. These individuals are the architects of tomorrow, designing a world that is smarter, more efficient, and truly transformative. But the SolidWorks community is more than just a group of individuals who use the same software. It's a supportive and collaborative ecosystem where passion, creativity, and innovation intersect. Together, community members push the boundaries of what's currently possible, inspiring and empowering one another to create a better future. So, are you ready to join the SolidWorks community? You can get started by visiting the SolidWorks User Forum or finding a local SolidWorks user group. Or you might consider starting your own user group or even becoming a SolidWorks champion. We'd love for you to join us and find out for yourself what makes the SolidWorks community so special.
My name is Brad Tank Metter.
And I'm Adam Ebernickel. We're here with Iron Slug at Dassault Systems, Waltham, Massachusetts.
Iron Slug is basically a 2,300-mile ride, stop to stop, each location. We present SolidWorks technical presentations, 5 different presentations at each stop. So we started off in Burnsville, North Carolina at our Altec facility. We went to Roanoke, Virginia at another Altec facility, stopped in Philadelphia.
But then we went to Albany, and this is our finale stop. That's why you see so much activity here today. When we first started this idea in 2020, it was really just a couple of guys going to ride a motorcycle and just doing some presentations at different user groups, and it was going to be fun. It re-changed the aspect of just writing and giving presentations to let's get the SWUGs going again. Let's get the SolidWorks user groups active and at presentations again.
Our job is to encourage other users to either start a user group or be active in their local user group community, because there's nothing like getting together like these people are, talking, sharing stories about their careers, meeting other users and just basically having fun.
Be a better user, be a better person, a better individual. That's part of what SWUG is reaching out to the community and not only giving these presentations, but helping people become better. I know I had people that mentored me and helped me out, and it's just us giving back.
The community of more than 7 million people who use SolidWorks demonstrate a level of passion, love, and loyalty that is normally reserved for your hometown sports teams, or maybe your favorite racing driver. So what is the SolidWorks community, and what makes it so special and so unique? To understand the passion and love, you need to fully experience it. You might talk to a designer or engineer that's made their living or advanced their career using SolidWorks, or attend a SolidWorks community event where you see people running to get seats in the front row, loudly cheering for the latest product enhancements. This group understands the value of gathering with other users to network and learn from each other. They find and create interesting events that keep the entire community engaged. You could even hear product leaders discussing their commitment to improving the software based on user feedback, or learn about how SolidWorks plans on pushing the envelope with what's possible in the future. So how did this remarkable community come together? The SolidWorks community contains some of the most passionate and creative people in the world. Designers, engineers, makers, analysts, and more all use SolidWorks to bring their ideas to life with an accurate and realistic 3D file. The community is full of people from aerospace, infrastructure, life sciences, transportation, high-tech, and much more. These individuals are the architects of tomorrow, designing a world that is smarter, more efficient, and truly transformative. But the SolidWorks community is more than just a group of individuals who use the same software. It's a supportive and collaborative ecosystem where passion, creativity, and innovation intersect. Together, community members push the boundaries of what's currently possible, inspiring and empowering one another to create a better future. So, are you ready to join the SolidWorks community? You can get started by visiting the SolidWorks User Forum or finding a local SolidWorks user group. Or you might consider starting your own user group or even becoming a SolidWorks champion. We'd love for you to join us and find out for yourself what makes the SolidWorks community so special.
name is Brad Tank Metter.
And I'm Adam Ebernickel. We're here with Iron Slug at Dassault Systems, Waltham, Massachusetts.
Iron Slug is basically a 2,300-mile ride, stop to stop, each location. We present SOLIDWORKS technical presentations, 5 different presentations at each stop. So we started off in Burnsville, North Carolina at our Altech facility. We went to Roanoke, Virginia at another Altech facility, stopped in Philadelphia.
But then we went to Albany, and this is our finale stop. That's why you see so much activity here today. When we first started this idea in 2020, it was really just a couple of guys going to ride a motorcycle and just doing some presentations at different user groups, and it was going to be fun. It re-changed the aspect of just riding and giving presentations to, let's get the SWUGs going again. Let's get the SOLIDWORKS user groups active and at presentations again.
Our job is to encourage other users to either start a user group or be active in their local user group community, because there's nothing like getting together like these people are, talking, sharing stories about their careers, meeting other users and just basically having fun.
Be a better user, be a better person, a better individual. That's part of what SWUG is reaching out to the community and not only giving these presentations, but helping people become better. I know I had people that mentored me and helped me out, and it's just us giving back.
Hey everybody, and welcome to SLUGME 8, the 8th edition of SLUGME, SOLIDWORKS' largest user group meeting ever. I'm Todd Blacksher alongside Eric Beatty and Dan Wagner, and we've got a lot in store for you today.
Guys, can you believe we're back at the desk?
It's nuts.
It's nuts. It's what a wild ride the last few years have been, and we have a crazy show in store for our audience today. It's going to be awesome.
Even we're in shock. I mean, the amount that we've done this year far exceeds what we've done.
Yeah, which is a theme every year, right?
The amount we've done in the past 2 days far exceeds anything we've done.
Again, it's always a theme. It's like, man, I never thought we could exceed what we did last year, but I absolutely think we did that, and we have quite an awesome show in store for it.
And it's always, let's not try to go as over the top as we did last year. Well,
we did
challenge accepted, but challenge failed.
Well, we're here in Waltham, right?
Yes.
We're back in Waltham. Special edition this year. We're broadcasting live from the 3D Experience Lab. And we don't run this lab, right? We're kind of like guests here the last couple of days, but it's safe to say that we have completely taken over. And once you get a chance to see what's on the other side of these cameras, I think everybody is just going to really appreciate this show, and you'll be really happy you joined the live stream today. Mind's blown.
I mean, more like occupiers than guests,
Yep.
you know.
So to kick things off, it's a busy week. Suchit, Manish, GP couldn't be here in person. They were traveling this week. They couldn't be here in person. Suchit recorded a hello and wanted to help us kick off the event. So let's hear from Suchit, and then we'll get started.
Hello, SLUGME community. Welcome to all of you, our incredible SolidWorks users. You are a diverse community, nearly 7 million strong, with students, startups, makers, and professionals, and you are at the heart of it. So I'm really excited about this year's SLUGME event, especially that it is focused around making. It's a time when SolidWorks users from around the world come together to showcase their skills and creativity. So although I won't be able to join you this year in person, I'll be there in spirit, cheering you from Atlanta. I can't wait to hear about and see the designs and creations that will come out of this marathon event. So let's kick back, relax, and slug it out in the style at this SLUGME gathering. Have fun, guys.
2, 1. All right. Thanks, Suchit, for helping us kick off here. So, Todd, I got a question for you. What is SLUGME?
So SLUGME is really about community, and it was just my way of wanting to spend more time with my people. You know, it's at user group meetings, at SolidWorks World, which is now 3D Experience World. That's when I get to hang out with all these people, and I wanted to do it more often. So SLUGME was kind of born as a way to make that happen, and we've just blown up.
Yep.
I mean, we started out, we got 33 user groups from around the world to join us for a presentation, and then we just kept blowing up.
Yeah.
And then by the time we got to 5, we were doing like a really long meeting, and we got grief about it.
Presenters.
And we're like, okay, think that was long. We're going to go 24 hours. We went 25 and some change, and you know, last year, and it just keeps getting bigger, like we said at the top.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, right? So here we are live streaming. SLUGME has kind of evolved over the the 8 years here. We're in our 8th iteration. So we're streaming to YouTube. We have some folks here live with us today, but we're primarily here for you, right here for our viewers out there on YouTube. Talk to us in the chat. Let us know what you think. Let us know where you are. And how many SLUGMEs have you been to, right?
That's what I was just going to say.
I started in SLUGME 5. I joined you guys in SLUGME 5, which we see here, one of the graphics from that great event. And I had no idea what I was in for.
Neither did we.
Yeah. Right? So what a wild ride it has been. SLUGME 6, crazy 24-hour event. We slept here in this building. Briefly slept.
Todd
maybe a quick nap. SLUGME 7 last year, we did some awesome, crazy charitable projects. We'll recap those here in just a moment. But Todd, you had this idea all the way back in 2016, man. Like we've been running it for this long, and did you ever think it would evolve like this?
I thought it was a one and done because it was super grassroots. It was out on the forums, and I really just hit up the other user group leaders and said, hey, I've got this crazy idea. What if we did this? And people bought into it. They were like, yeah, let's do it. And Tom Cody was our first presenter. And we just gathered people, and everybody was like volunteering to help, and it was great. And then we did that.
Yep.
And it was like, so what are you going to do next year? Oh, you want to do it again?
Oh no. Okay.
Okay, I guess we will. And then they pointed at me and said, you're going to have to present. And so I'm like, okay, well, I guess I can do that.
It's funny how that happens. Even here, we've already had whispers of, hey, this is amazing, but what are we going to do next year? How are we going to top this? We won't get there yet, but that's already been said, right?
And that's usually when the plans happen.
Right.
And like a lot of the stuff in previous years has happened in the chat.
Right.
People chime in and say, hey, what about this? What about this? And that's kind of steered our trajectory and turned us into this monster.
Right.
On the drive over this morning in the truck, Jason Poole was already pitching ideas to me,
Right.
you know.
Yep. Yeah, so, all right, well, Todd, I got like something else to chat about, right? Where did we leave off last year? What happened? Where did we leave off? You guys were there, right? What happened? Eric, maybe you.
Yeah.
Well, I'd actually just want to quickly go back another year to SLUGME 6
Okay.
when our fantastic team designed a race car.
Sure.
I really wanted that race car
wanted to see
built.
it, right?
I wanted to see it
Yeah.
afterwards. So you guys kind of promised me, well, maybe for SLUGME 7 we'll design and build
We'll actually
something.
make something, yeah.
Well, it got designed. It eventually got built.
Yeah.
But I'm still holding your feet to the fire. I want that promise fulfilled that we're going to design something and we're going to build it today.
I want instant gratification.
Exactly.
Well, we are wearing lab aprons, so we'll see where
We've been
this,
doing some work.
where this day goes, right?
I've got some super glue on my fingers.
So last year, as you said, Eric, we designed an amazing workstation, right, as part of SLUGME 7 for an amazing young woman named Jenica. And we actually did build it, right? If you followed us along this previous year, we worked with Jeremy Fielding, an amazing YouTube influencer and content creator. Jeremy built this thing, and it looked amazing.
Oh, it's
it was
incredible.
awesome.
Beyond amazing.
I had the absolute honor to go with Jeremy to deliver this desk, this workstation, to Jenica's house in Indiana. During the break, we're going to roll that whole clip.
Yep.
You'll get, if you haven't seen that video yet, you'll get a chance to watch that entire video back and see when we revealed that to her, right?
And spoiler alert, lay in a box of Kleenex. You're going to need it.
Yep. So stay tuned. We'll recap that later on. But Eric, you touched on it so well there that as part of this event, we wanted to be more physical. So let's remember that for a moment. Now, before we get any deeper in, we have to go and thank our SLUGME sponsors,
Yes.
right? Dell and NVIDIA together have sponsored SWGN in general through the year, and they've helped us pull off some pretty amazing events, including this one. So we really thank our sponsors, Dell and NVIDIA together. And 3D Print UK. Kirby Downey, spoiler alert, is here in the room. And not only did they send Kirby to help us out and let him make the trip over, but they supplied all of the 3D printed parts for today's show and all the parts you're going to see as part of these builds, right? So big thanks, special thanks to our sponsors. We're going to hear a quick word from Dell on a special project of theirs.
The Precision line gives us a huge amount of flexibility, mobility, and ultimately performance, which is what we're after. We use the Dell Precision laptop range to do simulation on the fly, whether that's an engineer on the go, on a plane, in the hotel, or in the garage actually driving the race weekend.
Slicing programs can take a long time, up to 8-9 hours. Now with our Dell Precision laptops, we can write programs in around half an hour, which is absolutely revolutionary. So in today's Formula One, speed is data, data is speed. The faster you can get parts made and manufactured and to the wind tunnel or to the track, the quicker you can add performance to the car.
All right, well, again, big thanks to Dell, NVIDIA, 3D Print UK. We could not have pulled this off without our sponsors.
Boy, that video took me back to SLUGME 6.
Right?
Oh.
All the way back to the race car.
The race car.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so let's get into it. What are we doing today? What's the plan, right? So much around SLUGME, SWGN in general, everything we do is so closely tied to makers, right? Everything
indeed.
within the maker community, within the build community. There's so many overlaps, so many parallels between those two universes, right?
I'd like to see folks, hey, if you consider yourself a maker, put a one in the chat.
Right, let us know, yeah. And Eric, again, to your point, I think we did an awesome job in the last couple of years telling the 3D story, right?
Oh, yeah.
How do we make something in 3D? And then ultimately we did build Jenica's desk and deliver it to her. But
Not my race car.
we're here today to complete the story, right? Take it all the way to reality. So what we're going to do is feature a live software demo like we have in the past. The Dream Team, the Keystone team who you've seen in previous years, we're going to bring them up. But new for this year, a live Fab Lab build, and right in this room. How much time do you guys think we've spent in here in the last couple of days?
Oh, weeks worth?
A week's worth.
It feels like it.
Yeah.
Feels like
I mean,
weeks,
It
right?
was way longer than SLUGME 6.
Yes, it was,
Yeah.
which we didn't think that was ever possible.
No.
Right?
We said never again.
Yeah, we said never again are we spending any more time than so much.
So that's the real story today. We're not only going to take you through an amazing 3D design with the dream team, Jason, Andy, Jordan, Shreyas, right? These awesome designers, but then turn the cameras around and get into the build. Get our hands dirty, right? We have clean aprons on right now, but I promise you we've been oh yeah, you don't. Been very dirty the last couple of days doing some really hard work in here. As a tangent to SLUGME, we also partnered with the Fab Foundation and sponsored some really awesome builds. Got out into the maker community and found some other makers to beyond this room, right? Beyond what we're doing here. Who else can we help, and what else can we kind of fold into SLUGME? We're going to get into that more in just a minute. Who are we going to feature today? The original dream team, right? What do you guys think that these guys thought 3 years ago when we brought them in? Say, hey, we got this little thing we could really use just a little bit of help with.
I'll bet you anything they thought it was one and done.
Right.
You know, just like me, where it's like, well, we're going to do this once, whatever. They got some goofy idea.
Yep.
And then we got our hooks in them.
Yep.
And they're ours, and they're in it, and I think they dig it almost as much as we do.
I think so too.
I mean, they're having fun, and they're building too. I mean, they did the design, but they're out there painting and doing all this stuff. And
yeah, because like as a software person, right? It's for those guys or a lot of people in the software world. You're in the software. You're in the 3D, right? So much, and you don't always get that chance to step out and get your hands dirty and physically build what you see on screen. And here we did it in barely 24 hours, right? We went to bed pretty late last night.
Yeah.
I'll just say that.
Oh, indeed.
So we got the dream team back. We'll hear more from them here in just a second. But on the build side, we of course went right to Chin Lu and Sal Lama when we said, hey, we have something we need to build and it involves wood in some way, right? So they run an awesome YouTube channel. Have you guys checked out?
yes,
Oh, very much so.
huge fans.
Yep. I mean, again, working with them, and you guys have worked with them for years, you know they're talented SolidWorks users, talented software users. I had no idea how skilled they were at wood fabrication, general building, finishing, other things we've seen this week.
That was one of those, like, you're too good at this.
Yeah.
How can you be so
How
good
are you
at this?
also this good at that?
And just to be clear, they're not just, SolidWorks users, SolidWorks employees. We've got a director of product definition, a director of user experience. So it's not like they show up and they're sitting at their desk scrolling Instagram all day.
Yeah, they have big jobs.
Yeah, they got big stuff to do.
So somehow we managed to pull them into SLUGME as well. We also, to get into the details, right, the realism, we need these designs. We won't get into what that is quite yet, but we need these designs to look and feel real and look as good as they do in 3D in SolidWorks, right? So we got Kirby Downey and Luke Daly all the way from the UK.
Yeah, we had to jump across the pond for people that good.
We had to. We had to bring them in. And again, now they're stuck. I feel like, you guys are in every year. I hope that's okay.
SLUGME gets more and more international as we go along.
I keep thinking about SLUGME as like this snowball that's just rolling down the hill. We're slowly collecting more and more talented people and software and other skills. So Kirby and Luke are here. We're going to hear from them in just a bit. And then we also have Neil Gershenfeld and Sherry Lassiter here to talk about the collaboration we did with the Fab Foundation, with MIT Center for Bits and Atoms. We're going to get into that in just a minute, but this is a pretty star-studded lineup, right, of the people we have here today, the people that are supporting this event. Todd, it used to be kind of just you, right? And then now you're here.
I did have a lot of people help out. It wasn't just me, but there was a ton from the very first. But wow, I never thought we'd have a lineup like this.
Yep, for sure. So I really want to spend a lot of time today, and I want everybody out there to come along this journey with us, right? We've seen Jason in previous years. You've seen other software demos modeling in 3D. But now we get to see that physically happen within the same broadcast, within the same room, getting to see that part in reality, right? And even different iterations of it in different versions. And I also think that's fun to explore too, is like the differences between what we designed in SolidWorks in software to what we end up physically building and
the tweaks you have to make that make it actually work.
The compromises, the embellishments.
The trips to Home Depot. I'll just say that. I've been to Home Depot at least twice in the last 24 hours.
Autopilot.
Yeah. So we'll dig into that quite a bit. What are we making? What is this data set? We, of course, are going to let the team here reveal it and get into their designs, but we'll give you a high-level overview of what are we making. So, Todd, what are we making?
Well, and the funny thing about this is, you know, we joke that we talk about it during, you know, it's like we're already talking about SLUGME 9, but I don't think people really realize, if you look at the date on this is back in March. We were already talking about it. And Jordan came up, I don't think he realized it, but he came up with a perfect acronym. I was like, oh my God, case study. You know, this is kind of our goal for SLUGME is, you know, we want to do something charitable, and we've done that since SLUGME 3.
Right.
We sold shirts. We want to make it accessible, and that's where we're really reaching out on this one is, not many people are going to build a Speedster. I mean, we didn't even do it.
Race cars tough to build.
Race cars tough to build. We've encouraged people to work with Magic Wheelchair because that's something that's accessible, but not as accessible. We wanted to really open it up. Shareable, same thing. You know, this one, we're actually going to share the plans.
Yes.
You know, we're going to design, build, share, and then you can take those plans and build it.
And share the results of our actual building efforts.
And we want to see these. So like when you take this and you build it, share it with us. Let us know so we can show it next year.
Posted in the Made in 3D community.
Yes. Huge fan, and I can troll on and on about Made in 3D, but
for sure,
we'll do that later. And it's got to be educational. You know, we want to teach people. That's part of our goal is we want to be able to like share our knowledge, and the whole time we're gaining knowledge. So we might start calling these case studies.
They might.
You know, I freaking love that.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that was one of the goals of this year is whatever we build, it should be accessible and approachable for the average maker, the average person in their garage or their house, right? It should be an approachable data set. We, of course, took it to another level, right? When you see what happens here and the different skills and things we've brought in, but the core data set, the idea, is very approachable to the common maker.
And the nice thing is we've got that, but if you want to scale it up, if you want to go next level, get in with your local makerspace, and like in the chat, if you belong to a makerspace, let us know.
Yeah.
I mean, the one back home is awesome. I love ours.
All right, so taking a closer look, right? There was no shortage of ideas. This is legitimately our community you're seeing scroll here.
Our thought thread.
The thought thread.
Converting
At one point, we were going to build a school bus.
Yeah.
Chinlu wanted to build a school bus, which was a really cool idea. But I don't know if the bus would have fit in this room.
We had talked about doing stuff in the parking lot, just because we didn't have room.
Yep.
We talked about collapsible furniture.
That you can hang on the wall.
That you can hang on the wall.
It's tough to find that combination of approachability, but still will show well in the software. We can complete it in one day. Like all of these things are pretty
and
pretty
still
tough to
be
align.
exciting.
Still be exciting.
I mean,
yeah.
One of the ones that I really liked was basically just a box.
Yeah.
And so it's not the most exciting thing, but it was going to help. But I really like what we landed on.
If you get this
you
many,
kind of get a sneak peek there.
Yeah. If you get this many creative people in one room, it's great. But there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen, right? We had so many awesome ideas, and sometimes it was just like sitting in that meeting, like, I don't know if we're ever going to build something, but we really landed on something pretty special.
I just gave a group of 6th graders espresso.
Yes, yeah. So to reveal it, right, or talk about what we're making, maybe you've seen one of these in a park near you or near your house, a little free library or a lending library, right? A pretty common assembly that you're going to make with wood, you're going to make with glue and paint and different finishes. Do you guys have one of these near you?
We have a ton. I mean, Lincoln has a map of where they're all at.
Oh, that's cool.
You know, it's a huge.
Right here in SeaTac Airport in Seattle, there's one at each end of the main terminal.
Okay.
So if you're going on a flight and you forgot something to read, boom, it's there for you.
They're super cool ideas, right? And I think I've even heard from other people that not only you could do books, of course, but it could be a food pantry for non-perishable food. It could be, you know, just different things. We're joking about maybe we should get some at 3D Experience World, right? We should put SolidWorks Essentials books in them and have some around 3D Experience
Well, and we'd even joked about making one for like a bike pit stop.
Exactly.
That had like bike tools and pump and
solar charger to charge your phone if you needed to.
Put it in the workshop and put tools in it.
For sure. We won't reveal the actual design here, but these were some of the concepts. Super talented people. Jason Poole's mind is just an amazing thing, right?
Something else.
It's something else. And when you get Jason to sit down and sketch something, magic happens, and we'll just say it's going to be a wild ride. It's going to be awesome.
And I'd say that the watchword for today is whimsical.
Whimsical.
Every time you hear us say that, +1 in the chat.
Yeah, every time you hear the word whimsical, put a +1 in the chat.
So we'd be remiss if we didn't talk about 3D Experience World, right?
It opened up.
Registration's
Tuesday.
open. Yeah, that's wild. Of course, February 11th through 14th in Dallas, Texas. You can register now.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty excited. You guys both going?
Oh, heck yeah.
Okay.
The 11th is my birthday, so come celebrate my birthday with me in Dallas.
It's going to be a busy weekend. It's Super Bowl weekend. I think it's also Valentine's Day that week. It's going to be a busy week.
Presenting.
I'm presenting twice.
Twice. Awesome.
Twice.
That's great, Eric. Cool. Well, 3D Experience World, you can register now. Please join us in Dallas. That's going to be a blast. Some of the software you're going to see today, like we're going to see different combinations of tools from the designers, and I'm putting them in kind of like two buckets right now, and I think they'll of course talk more about this, but if you didn't hear about the updates to SolidWorks this past summer, one thing that is just important to know is new with every single license of SolidWorks, every single license of SolidWorks gets access to the 3D Experience platform. We're going to see a few of those tools today, but this means that it kind of removes that barrier.
Yep.
No matter what, every new license from here forward now has access to the platform, and you can save your data directly to the cloud. That's a huge barrier that's been lifted, and you're going to see some of those really cool tools today.
Yep.
We also have talked about this already, but so much of what you're seeing today is included in the Maker offer. X-Shape, X-Design, 3D Experience, SolidWorks, right? Some of our most capable tools are available for purchase in the Maker offer. And I know, Eric, I don't think anybody in the planet spends more time learning about or supporting the Maker community than you do.
You know, it's something I've been pushing for years and years, you know, with SolidWorks executives, you know, get it out there, you know, make it accessible. And finally, a little over 2.5 years ago, it finally happened. And I've got SolidWorks at work, but again, you know, for what I like to do, I wanted my own SolidWorks. So I've been a Maker customer since day one, you know.
It's great.
Well, and you think about how many people that work with it day in, day out are designing their decks, their furniture, their stuff at home, and you know, it's either, well, I stay late at work, or no, I've got my own license.
Right. Yeah, it removes that barrier.
Yeah.
It's like another way to do that is if I need access to it outside of work, I need just a version at home to tinker with. This is your answer.
Well, and with the X-Design and X-Shape on your phone, your tablet, anywhere, you know, and that's so handy to be like walking around and I'm pulling dimensions and I'm putting them into the iPad. You know, it's huge.
For sure.
It's a real game changer. I mean, it just democratizes so much.
It does.
You know, the power of it.
For sure. Well, guys, we're ready to get started here, and one of the first things we're going to do is welcome up our Fab Foundation team members. We did a pretty awesome project with them this year, so I'd like to welcome up Sherry and Neil. Guys, this has been awesome. I'll catch up with you. You guys got to get back to work. There's a lot of work to do out there.
There's painting to do.
Sherry Lassiter, Neil Gershenfeld, thank you for joining us here. Maybe we could take a second just to introduce you guys to not only the SLUGME community, the folks watching with us today, but SWGN in general, the SOLIDWORKS User Group Network. Sherry, can we start with you?
So I'm Sherry Lassiter, and I had the great fortune of working with Professor Gershenfeld here at MIT, and also being president and CEO of the Fab Foundation, which we spun off from MIT back in 2012 to support the growth of this amazing maker movement and Fab Labs and maker spaces all over the world.
Awesome, thank you. Neil.
And I'm Neil Gershenfeld. I direct MIT's Center for Bits and Atoms. In the research, we've done things like the first faster than classical quantum computation, or part of creating the first synthetic life-creating organisms. Students have gone on to do things like build Facebook's and Twitter's computers, or found Formlabs. And then we spun off what became the global network of thousands of community Fab Labs.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, and as part of SLUGME this year, working with Suchit, talking about what are some other things that we can do? What are some other ways we can engage with the maker community, the Fab Lab community, because there's, again, so much overlap. So we put together a pretty awesome design contest, Fab contest, which I think we'll talk about in a second, and we'll even reveal a few of the designs as well. But maybe we could dig into like just some more of the projects, some more of the efforts that you've been involved with here, not only with SolidWorks, but the maker community in general, and anything else you want to talk about as well.
So maybe let's divide it. Let me talk a bit about the research and then hand off to Sherry. We've had a great collaboration with SolidWorks and Dassault Systems on, instead of bringing people into engineering, bringing engineering to them. But just to start in the research, we've had digital revolutions in communication and computation. MIT invented the first NC mill in 1952, and that's an interesting, slightly messy history. You can think about the research in CBA against the roadmap for Fab Labs. So stage 0 is you come to a place like MIT for the tools. Stage 1, you can come to a place like this, a Fab Lab, to get access to the tools. Stage 2 is we're using Fab Labs to make Fab Labs. So rapid prototyping of rapid prototyping. In the background here, for example, is a machine designed in Norway going to Haiti to deploy a Fab Lab made in a Fab Lab for viral spread of the technology.
Wow.
Then further out is going from printing and cutting to assembling and disassembling. So digitizing the materials themselves. It's a profound difference. And that finally ends with self-assembly and essentially creating life in non-living materials. And so that's the kind of research roadmap.
Wow.
Now against that background, with SolidWorks, closest in, we're working on just deploying this in the world. And Sherry will tell you more about that. One step after that is once you're doing rapid prototyping of rapid prototyping, we need to kill off G-code. We need to kill off conventional CAM, machine control, motion control, because when you can rapidly reconfigure the machine, you have to rapidly reconfigure the software that talks to it. Sure. So working on life beyond traditional G-codes. And then a little further out, there's been an explosion in AI. There's a long history of optimization in engineering design, and there's a valley in between. And we've been collaborating on how to bring insights in advanced simulation and constraint solving to insights in AI for the future of design.
Wow, that's amazing. And I think you hinted too on some of the Fab in the Box things and some of the other projects that we've worked on, or that you're working on, right?
Yeah, so, well first, why don't you explain the outreach labs we've done?
Yeah, so actually the lab that we're sitting in today here in Waltham was a creation of, or a project, a collaboration with the Center for Bits and Atoms. SolidWorks decided they really wanted to understand very deeply and be able to design and fabricate themselves. And so this was put in 2017. We call it kind of like a super Fab Lab. Yeah. It's a wonderful facility, which I think you all will see shortly.
Yes.
But this is only one lab that you all have built and supported. There is outreach across the world in places where it's very difficult to access these kinds of tools and processes. And so I believe the first Fab Lab you all supported, or SolidWorks supported, was in Rwanda, in an accelerator, an IT accelerator, and that is still going. It's still very active. It's created a lot of economic opportunity in the Kigali and across Rwanda, that community. The second lab was in Bhutan, another place that's, that you wouldn't necessarily think of right away,
Sure.
but again, it is creating economic opportunity, and it has stimulated a whole network of Fab Labs across the country for education and innovation. And then the third lab was in the very far south, the furthest south you can go in the world before you go to Antarctica. So in Chile or Patagonia, we put a Fab Lab there, again, to provide
Sure.
education and outreach to the community, right?
Yeah, I think that's really interesting too, because even as part of the user group network, there's again so much overlap there, because we look to open user groups in remote places, in places where it is tougher to get resources together, because we want to support them much in the way that we would want to support a Fab Lab.
And then, I just want to note, it's been a really wonderful collaboration with Sushit, Gianpaolo, the whole team,
Right.
because it's a real profound kind of hands-on corporate social responsibility.
Yeah.
It's not just charity, it's joint teams of CBA, Fab Foundation, SolidWorks going to these remarkable places to deploy these labs.
You know, this work, this kind of outreach, ties directly to the Fab Foundation's mission. So, we are really about democratizing access to both the tools and the processes and the knowledge
Sure.
that it requires to innovate and create new products and ideas, bring
Sure.
new ideas into the world. And so that is the Fab Foundation's mission. And we, as Neil had alluded to earlier, we've grown to like 2,700 labs in 135 countries, which is so exciting. But related to that, we have a new collaboration with SolidWorks called Fab in a Box, which you had just mentioned. And it's a beautiful project whereby we're taking a Fab Lab, which is minimally probably, I don't know, maybe $150,000 to implement in a community. We're taking it an order of magnitude down in cost and accessibility,
Yep.
and trying to bring this to bring this sort of startup foundational, these foundational processes and knowledge
Right.
to libraries, to community spaces, to schools, to museums all over the world. And so this is a wonderful collaboration that is with SolidWorks, is with the Center for Bits and Atoms,
Sure.
and Fab Foundation. We're creating curriculum, sort of a kit, in essence, a turnkey kit
Sure.
that includes not only the tools and the software, but also includes the curricular supports and guidance, as well as there's this beautiful part that CBA is working on that would be nice for you to talk about.
To fill in some more on that, this room, just counting zeros in astrophysical units, is 10 to the 5. It's about $100,000 capital equipment. In the Fab in a Box project, I think it really did start with Sushit suggesting, rather than picking one more site, let's do something that can help deploy to many sites. And so what that led to, we described the levels internally as COTS and NOTS. So
Okay.
COTS is the commercial cheap off the shelf, and that's taking maturing, scaling, productization of all the things in a Fab Lab, aiming at just, in orders of magnitude, $10,000 scale. But to understand Fab in a Box, it's not just the tools in the box. One of the profound things is the teacher has to be in the box.
Sure, yeah.
So a big part
Exactly.
that the Fab Foundation is doing is on the curriculum and the tools in between the engines of the design tools and the machines themselves, how you fill in that interface.
Yep.
Now, on the CBA side, then what we're really diving into is the level below that, just counting zeros, aiming at the order of 10 to the 3. So $1,000 scale, which is NOTS, which is not commercial off the shelf. And that's based on sort of modularity all the way down, taking modular physical degrees of freedom, motors, motion controllers, modular software, reducing everything down essentially to the BOM cost in a way that you can reproduce locally. And crucially, once you get to that scale, it's not simply trying to reproduce these machines, but it's trying to do what these machines can't do. It's trying to make the machines as flexible, as expressive as the projects on the machine.
Sure.
And again, this very low-cost, accessible version, the $1,000 version, propagates all the way back upstream, because you can't have a conventional post-processor if every machine is different. So the software, in this really deep way, has to adapt to the machines to enable this. And that's part of the CBA SolidWorks collaboration.
Yeah, the modular approach is beautiful because It allows the student or the user to create their own machines, right? Design their own machines,
Sure.
and it really opens the black box of technology, right?
Yeah.
And that is so important, for innovation and honestly, for even the workforce of the future. You
Sure.
really have to think about how these technologies are made in order to be able to problem solve and innovate with technology.
For sure. Fascinating, and that's why when I spoke to Suchit at the beginning of this project, I said, what can we do? How can we connect SLUGME, the event we're here for today, to more makers, more fab locations, just more SolidWorks users, right? And I think this turned out to be a really beautiful connection and just an awesome project. So let's get into the competition. Is that all right if we chat about that a little bit? So this was not that long ago, right? Like I think just back in August or late August, early September, we were talking about this. And we said, what if we put a call out to your network, right? Your
And in fact, sorry,
Sure, please.
just to transition into that, let's explain the network
Sure,
for people who
please.
aren't familiar.
That would be great.
So to understand
Well,
what the
we
Fab Lab network is, at a lab like mine at MIT, you can think of it as a $10 million lab with $1 million tools for the basic research.
Sure.
Within that think of it as a $1 million lab with $100,000 tools for like advanced manufacturing.
Sure.
And then within that is the Fab Lab. And I use that to teach what became one of the most oversubscribed classes at MIT called How to Make Almost Anything.
Yep.
Then the National Science Foundation asked us to do outreach. And rather than tell people about it, we just set up one lab in inner city Boston with the tools essentially used for the class.
Okay.
And that's what went viral. So additive, subtractive, form, function, electronics, embedded programming, all of that. So that's grown viral to these thousands of sites coordinated by the Fab Foundation. We spun off a program called the Fab Academy to teach the sort of classes we teach at MIT, but now to students in these labs all around the world. Sure. Key to that, which is why I wanted to cover all of this, is it's a bit like the growth of the internet in that these labs are all different in every possible community, north, south, east, west, anything you can think of, but they all share the same capabilities, so people in projects are mobile across them.
Yep.
And crucially, they all share a same kind of culture, which is they're welcoming places for bright, inventive people that often don't fit in restrictive schools or businesses. And so it's not managed top-down. It's a network that people opt into with this back-end infrastructure to scale it. And then that's this network that we tapped for what you'll describe now.
I was going to say, I'm so happy that you described what that network is, because that was exactly what we're trying to reach into with this event, right? And again, I keep coming back to the overlap, the parallels between the Fab network and the network of people who are watching this event, the SolidWorks User Group Network. Because I think a lot of those people are the same people. They're as you said, they're leaders. They're people who maybe don't always fit everywhere else, but they feel right at home in a Fab Lab or in a SolidWorks user group.
And let me say that a little more, even more strongly, in that the way the world works today, there's a division of you can be in school, you can be in a business, you can be doing play, you can be doing art, and you have a job to get money to buy things to consume. Sort of that sounds like I almost didn't say anything. But if you have the means to make almost anything, it cuts right across all of that. It's not utopia, it's not free, but it fundamentally changes how do you live, learn, work, and play if anybody can make anything. And so that's why I'd say, I celebrate SLUGME, it's wonderful what you're doing, but it's bigger than just having fun with the software. It's really reinventing how a society functions.
Yep.
But I would also say, and I think that's related to what you mentioned earlier, is that the community is very much about impact, about the social. You can work towards concepts, but this is where you can actually physically make a difference in the community that you work in.
For sure, and that has always been one of the goals of SLUGME is we have this chance with this big event. With last year we had 4,000 plus people watch it. What can we do with it? What impact? That's great. Yeah. So again, getting back to the contest, right? We reached out to this network and we said, with $1,000, right? If we awarded you or gave you $1,000 as part of this contest, what's your idea and what can you do over? It was only like a month, right? We didn't give them a whole ton of time. So what I was thinking is we'll take a look at the winners. We can kind of talk through some of the designs. We had a great time reviewing them, and then at the end of this, we're going to roll an interview where we got a chance to see all the builders.
10 countries.
Yeah.
10 different countries
Yep.
were involved in responded actually to
Yeah.
the request for proposal. So
And some great ideas
Yeah.
and some fantastic designs, right? I'm just putting them all up here on the screen. We had people from all over the world, lamps, right? A vortex turbine, like a turbine you would put in a running river, running water. A really complex weaving machine, a very complex weaving machine that we have actual footage of it working, by the way.
yeah, from Ethiopia.
Yeah, from Ethiopia, yeah. A sustainable fruit cart design, which I thought that was interesting because we said not only does the design have to be elegant, but it should have an impact, getting back to what you're saying before. It should enable development and have some sort of social impact.
And that was from Pakistan.
From
which is
Pakistan,
really
yeah.
wonderful.
My personal favorite, not playing favorites, but if I did, my personal favorite, the transforming wheel from India was very interesting because when we met with him, he described it as a rack and pinion in that the stairs is the rack. The stairs is the rack and this wheel is a pinion that transforms and is able to roll up the stairs and then it transforms back into a regular wheel.
Yeah.
Crazy, like who would have ever thought that? So congratulations to all these winners. We have been in touch with all of them. After we wrap up here, we're going to roll this video where we were able to chat with 4 of them last week and catch up and kind of see where they were on their designs. And then yesterday, I was able to get footage from the 5th, and we kind of have a separate video for the 5th.
That's great. The reason I so appreciate what you're doing with that is MIT has a good reputation. It's had an important impact,
Yep.
A disproportionate impact compared to the size and the number of people. What we find is every time we open one of these labs, exactly the same profile of bright, inventive people that we work with at MIT appear anywhere in the world. So,
Sure.
African shantytowns, Arctic villages.
Yep.
Not metaphorically, just literally, exactly the same sort of bright, inventive people.
Yep.
And the MITs of the world just don't have the capacity to scale to that.
Sure.
And so I really appreciated that because it's just helping shine a light on everywhere you look. There's this bright, inventive talent that has the brain power but doesn't have the resources to act on it.
Yeah, and again, we see that with SWUG and with user groups as well. And I have noticed that personally, and it's been very humbling that a user group meeting here in the US, in Boston, looks exactly like a user group meeting in India or in Sudan or anywhere else in the world. It's the same thing, and it's always a very humbling experience. Any final thoughts before we wrap up and take a look at the video?
Well, I just would like to say that I feel like this competition kind of points to the idea that, especially around sustainability, if we are going to solve the great problems of the world, we need the mind share of the whole planet. And this is a beautiful but small sampling
Yes.
of how we can tap into that mind share in a beautiful way.
I totally agree. For me, when we had a chance to chat with the winners, even just the first one, the shake activated lamp, she got to physically hold it and show us on screen how it works, and it has a light that as you breathe in, the light goes up, and then you breathe out, the light goes down. And I actually found myself, like, even via web chat, like, I feel calmer already, like, just, and you're right, so that impact can be so immediate and so great.
So let me make a proposal that'll make Sherry probably make both of you slightly scream, which is Fab in a Box is still at the early prototype stage. We're just starting. But for a year from now, SLUGME, let's redo this with Fab in a Box.
That sounds
So
awesome.
rather than bringing the videos, let's send Fab in a Box to them as a goal for next year.
You're getting a thumbs up from Todd over there.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Good, we have a
That
plan.
sounds great, yeah. Well, thank you. Neil, any final thoughts? Anything else before we wrap up?
Well, what I just said, which
Yep.
is Fab in a Box to SLUGME,
Yep.
unpacks into a year's worth of work for everyone. But to realize that, we're going to be very busy.
Well, I can't thank you both enough for making the trip in and for working with us on this project. I said it earlier with Todd that SLUGME is like this snowball that's slowly collecting all of these really amazing things. And I think a connection with the Fab Foundation and MIT is a great thing to add to SLUGME.
Delighted to be here.
Yeah. Thank you both very much. Let's roll the video
Bye-bye,
and take a
everyone.
look at the winners.
Thank you for not only participating with us in this. That was really cool. The turnaround time was super short. We know that you didn't have much time, and thank you for getting everything together. And then we had a lot of fun. I met with Neil Gershenfeld, Sherry Lassiter, Suchit, Jane on my end is the VP, one of the VPs inside of SolidWorks. We all met and reviewed all the designs, and we picked your 5. So that was a lot of fun doing that, and it was like unanimous too. We all agreed across the board of which were the best 5. So why don't we run down the list that I mentioned before? We'll start with the shake activated lamp. We'll just hear from you about what your design is. If you want to say anything about the Fab Foundation, about anything like that, that's totally fine too, of how you're involved with the Fab Foundation. But more so, we're focusing on your design and what you were able to accomplish, really, and what you maybe hope to accomplish. If you're not done yet, what are you hoping to get to within the next, period of time?
Sure thing. Okay, so first of all, I want to say thank you guys for this opportunity. This has been amazing. Actually, SolidWorks is something that I had a beginner's understanding of that I've used before. And it was actually in my to-do list of software skills I wanted to develop. I actually went ahead and checked my little task software to see when I added SolidWorks as something I wanted to get better at. It's actually been there since December 2020. So this gave me a really great opportunity to do that. I never really had a project to focus on, be okay, I'm designing this whole thing, SolidWorks. I'm gonna be better at using it. Sorry, bad timing, but yeah, I'm gonna be better at using SolidWorks. But when I saw this, I immediately knew this would be great. This would be something that gives me a project to work on, and it will basically give me something that forces me to kind of speed learn more skills in SolidWorks essentially. So my project was, or is I guess, is shake activated lamp. So the idea behind my project is that it is a lamp that kind of works as a something that you can use if you have stress or anxiety. So it kind of has 2 different modes. One mode is where you basically shake it, and when you shake it, every time you shake it, it changes the pattern or the color of the lamp. And the second mode is essentially a breathing mode. So it's supposed to kind of calm you down. It follows a box breathing method where the light kind of, let me actually show it right here. So this is not completely done, but it is working. Okay, so this is the breathing mode. Essentially, you're supposed to inhale in through your nose as the lights are lighting on, through the circle. And then it holds, so you're supposed to hold in your breath for 4 seconds. And then the lights start going out. This is where you would exhale through your mouth. And then it would also stay off for 4 seconds, essentially. And then it will turn on again. So you're supposed to kind of follow that breathing pattern. So the lights are kind of your guide. And then when you switch it to the second mode, I don't know if it's going to work. I have to adjust the sensitivity because it's not that sensitive, but every time you shake it, it kind of lights up at a different color. And I'm going to add different patterns, but currently it just kind of changes the color every time you shake it. So for the design, I really wanted to do a lot of natural curves. So this is actually a trace in SolidWorks of a real picture of a tree trunk. Which I thought it had a super interesting shape. So this is all traced up in splines of an actual tree trunk picture, which ended up with this shape. Of course, I had to round down the bottom part. And then on the inside, it has a bunch of different pockets where my components go. The idea here is that it's supposed to be 2 different sides, but currently I only have one, and then I have to close it off with the second parts. And what's really cool is that I kind of lucked out with this tree trunk design that I found. It's kind of has this little groove here, which kind of makes a perfect place to kind of put your fingers. So this is what it is. Currently I've made it a prototype first with MDF and one before that with cardboard, but this is the final material. This is African mahogany. So I'm going to be also staining that and sanding that up for the final design. But this is the concept behind this. So it's been honestly really fun. One thing that happened was shortly after learning that I won this contest, my Fab Lab actually had to relocate for sudden like emergency renovations in our space. So this was originally supposed to be laser cut and 3D printed, but my laser cutter and 3D printer are both like wrapped up, ready for shipping, and I have zero access to them. So I had to like readjust the plans and do it all using a large format like CNC router. But all in all, like this was a really interesting and like exciting experiment. Like I had to learn a lot of things about like SolidWorks. I had a ton of fun like learning that. I had a ton of fun like also experimenting things like working with natural wood as a medium. This was never something that I've done before. I'm just really excited and I'm looking forward to having it all completed.
Very cool. That was awesome. That looks really great. Thank you for having the prototype, and I could actually feel myself like, oh, I want to take a deep breath, and I was, following it and then exhale. So very, very cool. Thanks for sharing that. And the next is the Pico Hydro project, the Vortex turbine.
Hi everyone, I'm Nirbaraj representing from Bhutan, and I'm representing Jigme Namgyal Wangchuk Super Fab Lab from Bhutan. I'm inspired by the Fab 23 event that has happened in our Super Fab Lab in Bhutan just last year, just a few months ago. So when Dassault System and SolidWorks teams sponsored our event, so we got just inspired to work on SolidWorks and to come up with certain prototypes that we are working on different kinds of projects so that we can leverage Super Fab Lab in a good manner so that we can use different kinds of machines that is in the Super Fab Lab. So to talk on the project, it is a Pico hydropower project using a vortex turbine. The vortex turbine, the blades are in a helical shape. Why we got the inspiration? Because Bhutan as a country is rich in river stream and different level and flow of streams that the country has. So we are rich in hydropower sector. So most of the projects that the country is currently handling is the mega hydropower project. So as the Super Fab Lab with different machine capabilities, we thought that why don't we work into some Pico Hydro, Mini Hydro and all. So as a kickstart, using SolidWorks software as a very useful tool, and me as a beginner level into SolidWorks with my hardworking team around me, with Mr. Kilewangchuk and Sangidoji around me, we felt that why don't we participate in this competition and use SolidWorks as a tool and use machines and generate some power supply. For now, we'll show the software design worked in SolidWorks with computational fluid dynamics and parts assembly using all the tools in SolidWorks, and the basic prototype that we have used different machines in the lab like water jet cutter, Omax mate. The machine just beside behind me is the tie CNC milling. We have used all the sheet metal workshop, welding, wire EDM, laser cutter, 3D printers and all to accomplish this prototype. So this is the vortex turbine. We have used 5 blades, and the round one is the casing that can create the whirlpool while we feed the river. The Pico Hydro of our system is the whirlpool river system. So the river going through the through this metal casing will create a whirlpool and rotate in this manner. So with the couple shaft, we have created the river going will rotate the vortex turbine in this manner. And we have used 5 blades. We have considered 4 blade and 5 blade system, but while we are doing the mathematical calculation on injecting the data like flow and heat on the Pico Hydro standard measurement, we came up with the 5 blade system. So yeah, that's our prototype, and that is our work that we have done through SolidWorks software.
That was really cool.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. All right, well, Sabir, I think we'll go to you next.
My name is Sabir Rizvi, and I'm from Pakistan. Basically, I'm an industrial designer, and I'm mentoring students in the universities also, teaching them SolidWorks and product design as well. So SolidWorks has been my passion. Didn't learn it from anywhere, just went through a couple of tutorials, and I cannot do anything without. That's the only software which I've got on my computers nowadays. I've got no other software on my computer. Everything is coming out of SolidWorks. So I'm that much in love with SolidWorks. So now to the project, it was basically a fruit vendor, sustainable fruit vendor cart. The idea came in from different types of carts. We have got different types of carts over here in our city. So this was my design, which I submitted earlier. Okay. So that's the cart when it's not in use, right? So you can always pull everything down and make it compact and store it anywhere on the roadside or in your workshop or in your warehouse. And then you can turn it on, pull it up, and start displaying your products, flip off the top. And then you can turn and tilt your display to have a better appearance for the clients around you and from ergonomic points of view also. So these were the things which I had submitted earlier. There have been many developments over here, but I cannot do a prototype because it's a slightly massive scale product and I don't have the proper place to make a proper prototype for the show. I hope I'll be excused for that, but I can show you further more developments which I've done on my project. So that's coming out from the development part. Like I've said earlier in my design write-up, that it will have a proper display and branding area also. So that's the backside of the card showing. This surface has been flipped over the display area, which is on the front. This is the backside, basically, what I'm showing you right now. These are the modifications right now. I've changed the dimensions a little because when I did it initially, I thought those dimensions were good enough. But when I tried it out in detail, I had to make certain changes on the dimension part also. And I have to change the canopy design a little. Initially, these details were not showing on the outer side. Now they are showing on the outer side. And there's a slight change in the display area also. I've added more space to the trays, basically. You can have diagonal display also, and you can have plastic sheet folded and inserted into the tray so that you can fill it up maximum level. I've got a color visual also for that. So these can be done without the plastic part also, and they can be done with the plastic part also. It's up to the user if he wants to fill them up, make heaps of the fruits in it. They can always use those plastic sheets, which are just sheets, plain sheets, and they're inserted into the cavities to increase the display area. Then you have got lower display areas, which can be used for storage as well. These are simple pivoted drawers, and they've got a hole in it, and you just put your finger in it and pull them down. They'll drop on the front side, and they can be used for display purpose also. So that's how it's going to look from the front, and with the fruits, probably they are not all filled up as yet, but eventually, when they are all filled up and the materials basically would be all sustainable materials, wood and metal. Those are the only materials which I'm using besides those plastic sheet parts which I inserted later on to increase up the storage and display space for the fruits. So that's how it's going to be. So this one is showing without those plastic shields which are not there in the cavities, and this one is with the plastic parts. So they have increased the space, the display space on the card, and the lower ones remain without that. And on the back side, like I've shown you earlier, we have got the graphics and the branding area and the storage space for everything. And eventually, when you are done with the business, it's time to pack up. You simply fold up everything, bring up the sheet, which I'm about to show you on SolidWorks, and then you can pull down the canopy and sleep on that plank. And maybe I can have a folded thin mattress also, which I can easily store on the backside. And then you can lay down on this and have a comfortable sleep and rest on the surface. So that's the final thing which we are looking at in SolidWorks with all the calculations and everything done to explore the movement, the practicality, the folding parts, and all the details, whether they're going to work or not. So if I switch on to the, you can see my tree also, right? It's all clean, nice, neat and clean with every detail worked out properly. So let's go into the right frame. There we go. So as you can figure it out, it's all the same thing with slight change in the dimensions. So that's the diagonal tray which is showing over here, which is going to be pivoted at this point. So that can be folded whenever you want to wind it up. So that's going to be the, there we go. So that tray is gone down now, and then there's another interesting thing. You don't have to open up everything individually. Basically, this top part, which is there on the top as a covering of everything, this is going to be holding the diagonal display through a chain link or maybe a canvas strap. That line is representing the chain connection or the canvas strap. When you start opening the lid up, this thing is going to automatically achieve the required angle. The tray, the display area is going to achieve the required angle, right? This connection on the tray and the top lid is going to make that thing go up automatically at the required angle, which is around 15 degrees, right? So, and those are the boxes or trays, you can call them trays also, maybe boxes. So those are again pivoted through an off-center pivot, and we have got a continuous tube metal steel pipe running through all of them. And again, you can pull them, drop them down so that the display and the products inside them, the fruits inside them, get visible. Maneuverability of the whole thing again is quite easy. It's on wheels, and I'm planning to add some swivel mechanism or maybe a diagonal connection so that they can easily turn and steer it around if you're moving it in narrow street. Though it's not required, though the objective for this one was the stationary cart, which you can locate at one location and then you can sleep there if you don't have. So that's about the whole thing. Of course, there would be downlights, maybe a certain solar lamp underneath it, and we can always put some solar panels on the canopy as well if there's no electricity in that area. So basically, this was done for our kind of situation in our country, which is slightly on a lower side, and it's very cost friendly and easy to produce. Those were the main objectives of the product, so everyone can use it and afford it easily. Though I still feel there are certain areas which I can manipulate and customize and add on as per requirements. That can be this.
Very cool. Yeah, that was great. Thanks for sharing. And as you make any progress on the prototype, send us pictures. Keep us posted. All right, and I think the final person we have here is Karan with the transforming wheel design.
Hello everyone, I'm Kiran Vaksorai, working as an assistant professor in the Department of Mechatronics Engineering, Sanjeevani College of Engineering, Koparga, which is in the country India. I'm from India, and I'm currently working in the Fab Lab, Sanjeevani Fab Lab, which is currently affiliated to the Fab Foundation. And my before that, I would like to thanks that Shiri and that Neil, again that SolidWorks for selecting us and nominating us for this competition. Because of and again, I'd like to thanks to my team also. I have my team with me, that Mr. Akash, then Achut, and that Karthik. They helped me in this project. Our project is about the transforming wheel design. In this wheel, first of all, earlier we work on one topic, one project on which we have developed one stair climbing wheel. With the help of that shift cutter rack shift method, which is the part of mechanical engineering. I'm a mechanical engineer, and this is the part of kinematics. Through that, we have developed one wheel which can move on the, or which can smoothly move on the stairs. But after doing that project, we come to know that there was one challenge when we lift with the help of that wheel, but we can't move on the flat terrain with the help of this stair climbing wheel. That's why we shift our objective from that stair climbing wheel to convert that stair climbing wheel into that transforming wheel. This was our main challenge in this case. That's why we have developed this. In this, I have actually earlier that profile was like this. This was the profile. This is the involved profile. On that stairs, we can slightly move on that wheel, just like the rack and pinion, that gear pair. That rack, that stairs acts as a rack, and that wheel, that this wheel acts as a that gear. Again, in this case, again we have transformed this wheel into that transforming wheel design. This is our transforming wheel design, which is converted into that. You'll find that silaute, which is the circular in shape. Again, if I allow to rotate this, I'll add one motor at this instance, at this location, and if I allow to rotate this wheel comes into that shape will be like this, which is again come to where I'm going to move on these stairs. This profile will be like this, and where after climbing on that steps, that it will again convert into the wheel, circular wheel. It will be like this. This is the wheel. For that, currently I use this that laser cutting machine and the 3D printing for this, and we are working on the actual prototype. Okay. Again, in this design, while making that involved profile, this is the involved profile, which is the conjugate profile. And while designing this, we need to take care of that width and height of the steps. And by considering that, we have developed this design. Again, one major disadvantage of this design is that if we change the width and height of the stairs, we need to change this profile. We are again working on this flexible design, so that if that width and height will get changed, it will automatically adjust that shape, and we can climb on the any surface. That's variable width and height ratios of these stairs. Again, I'd like to show you my 3D model. Yes, this is the wheel that we have designed. Again, while designing this profile, we have considered the helical, that involved profile. Again, if I allow to rotate this, you'll find that wheel is converted into the circle. And if at this instance I'm going to use the motor, that servo motor that I'm going to use, I'll allow to rotate in the anti-clockwise direction. It will be like this.
All right, welcome back, everybody. If you've noticed, Todd and Eric have rejoined me here at the desk. So that was our video of the 4 winners, and as we mentioned, we did have a chance to catch up with the 5th winner. We're going to take a quick look at that video as well, and then we'll come back to the desk.
Hello everyone, this is an automatic weaving loom that's implemented for the purpose of making automatic the Ethiopian traditional weaving machine. The machine is run by a single phase induction motor, which is started by its built-in capacitor. In order to complete this task, we used belt and pulley mechanisms, 2 consecutive belt and pulley mechanisms, as you see. The speed of our machine is equivalent with the speed of the larger pulley, and its speed is constant. That means we can't vary the speed of the machine, but by adding some more features, it's possible to vary the speed of the machine. Here on the other side of the machine, there is a chain and sprocket mechanism that is to connect the upper shaft and the lower shaft. We used chain and sprocket mechanism rather than the belt and pulley mechanism because here the decrement of the speed from the upper shaft to the lower shaft is a critical. That means it has to be the speed of the lower shaft should be half of the speed of the upper shaft. but belt and pull mechanism may have a slide. That means it may not decrease the speed of the lower shaft, the speed of the upper shaft, the lower shaft with exactly. It may not decrease by half. Now let us see how it operates, how the machine operates.
Welcome back. I was really happy that we had a chance to catch up with all 5 winners. We got to recap their designs and include that as part of SLUGME. We already heard that maybe we're going to expand this relationship and do bigger things, right, for SLUGME 9, so we'll see. But that sounds awesome. So we're ready to move forward and get into the design part of the presentation. We are announcing that as part of SLUGME 8 today, all viewers of SLUGME 8 get a 20% discount on the maker's offer. Woohoo! Woohoo! It's not only in the description here in the video for YouTube, but you can also see it in the live chat. We're going to drop a link in the live chat to find that as well. So check that out. 20% discount on the amazing makers offer that we talked about earlier in the presentation. So, guys, here we are. We're ready to hand off to the design team. That was an awesome time kind of recapping with you guys, kind of finding out where we were last year, where we left off, chatting with Neil and Sherry. That was so awesome, and seeing the designs as part of the competition. I'm ready to see this design. I'm ready to get back in the lab and help them wrap things up while these guys are taking us through the design. So let's toss it over to the Keystone team.
It's been about 5 seconds, right? We're live?
I don't know. Yeah.
I think we are.
I mean, it seems like it.
Hi, everyone. Yeah. We're the design team.
Yeah.
In its entirety, right?
Yeah, we're the design team.
What's happening behind you?
It's just...
We just wanted to feel it.
It's when, you know, every time people at SLUGME see me, I have records behind me, and I felt a little weird without them, so just, you know, brought them along.
I wish I could pan out right now. Come over here, guys.
No, they're fine. They're fine.
I have noticed that your guys' aprons are pristine, so at least you're doing some work now.
Come on, Jordan.
I'm kidding.
This is good. Yeah, but I brought these records specifically because they're my favorite French artists. And since we have makers from France here today, they came all the way from France. Parcels? I don't even know if they're French, actually. They might be German. That's fine, though. Anyways, moving along.
Basically, when Neil and Sherry left the stage,
yep.
That was the crescendo of intelligence.
Yeah.
I think it's all downhill from
gonna
now
be a
on.
pretty steep pitch.
Apologize, guys. Anyways, let's keep those show rolling.
Okay.
So what are we doing? What's next?
I think we should probably start at the beginning, like we normally do, with the insanity that is the inside of Jason Poole's mind, right?
Okay, so we got to log into some
We're gonna
Zoom
connect
to
with
New
Jason,
York.
New York, New Jersey, somewhere in there. Yep.
Can someone connect us to Jason?
I don't know.
Jason Poole?
Hey guys.
What?
What's up?
You're here live and in person?
You're insane.
Oh
You know
my
what?
goodness.
The virtual world is really great and all.
Yeah.
But every once in a while, it's fun to come to the real world and see people and
Nice.
things. You know,
I
get
like
a little
it.
crazy in my garage at home.
It's great to have you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good to be here.
Traveling all the way in from another galaxy.
Yeah.
Jason
Pretty
Poole.
much. Pretty much.
Awesome. And I see you have been working today.
Yeah.
All right,
You know,
nice.
A dirty apron is the sign of somebody who's actually making stuff.
I even see some
that's
gunky
possible.
stuff in your hair. I don't know what that is.
It happens.
Yeah.
It's jasminite, actually.
Jasminite.
I didn't know
hardens.
what jasminite was
Yeah.
until yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, before I got here to the 3D Experience Lab, which is amazing, by the way,
Yeah.
I thought I knew everything in the world about making stuff, building things, designing
Yeah.
things. I was like, I know everything, you know?
Yeah.
Wait. But boy, did I learn some things last night.
Yeah?
Okay.
That's the first time in your life you
Kirby
realized
and
you didn't know
Luke,
everything?
they taught me some things. I learned some things about making things.
Yeah.
Mostly artificial trees. So I got that down now.
Well, it's a good skill to have that you can use, I'm sure, frequently in the future.
Yeah.
You'll probably put one of these on a motorcycle someday.
Why not? Why wouldn't you?
All right,
You
so
know?
you mentioned artificial tree.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell us
Yeah.
what, because what you'll see shortly is we're in the lab and there's like 15 or so people all working diligently on building this creation.
Correct.
That's came out of your brain.
Yeah.
And that's a scary thing. So why don't you, I'm not going to try to explain what you came up with.
Sure.
Why don't you show us and take
Let's
us
do it.
through
Yeah,
the
there's
story?
a lot happening today, but you know what? This is one of my favorite tools on 3D Experience platform. It's 3D Lean. At first, I really wasn't like a huge fan of it because I just didn't understand it at all. And then I spent more than 5 minutes with it, and I realized this is like the place where all these ideas, all these different creations, sketches, models, pictures can come together.
Mhm.
And whenever I start a project, I think it's important for me to have an artboard.
Yeah.
Now, an artboard is just where you throw everything down. I like this color, whack, you know. I like the shape of this car. And different things that inspire you or drive you, motivate you, that the reason you're doing a project in the beginning.
Right. Yep.
And 3D Lean for me is that one spot that I constantly can refer to and save things to keep my brain tamed, okay? Because when I
Good
start,
luck, dude. I don't think
when
any
I start
software will help with that.
when I start any creative process, it's just like it's really important to go like full throttle and just jam and just like as much as possible. And with the 3D Lean, it's just a simple page where I can put everything from links for projects. Like, say I want to order new supplies or materials or, you know, even parts for my machines back home. Like,
Put it all in there.
I can all put it on there and constantly refer to it. It's a lot better than like, oh, I got to go through my email and like find out what's going on. So here, let's just jump
take
into
us
it.
through this artboard.
Okay.
How did your idea walk us through the
Yeah.
whole process?
I think it's cool about this is the fact that it's like we're all looking at the same thing
It's
together,
collaborative,
right? We can
yeah.
all be on there at the same time, adding stuff. Like I
But this was,
I added
but
some
Jason,
dumb pictures.
Jason went so. Oh, you did?
Yeah, I added.
I
some
was
dumb
gonna say
pictures
I
this,
didn't
but-
have anything to do with it. It would have been a lot more organized.
Sometimes
if I did.
team meetings, the brainstorming is cool because
Yeah.
you're right. You're adding something that you think it should be. You're adding something that you think, and I'm like, man, you know,
I'm gonna draw a house.
We're looking. I'm just gonna draw a whacked out house right here.
Love it.
And you
Why
know
would
what?
you draw a house?
Because like I wanted to simplify things. I wanted to make something that we could make a lot of, and I just thought like, see this bird? See, I found this bird online,
it.
and he's
Absolutely
like
love
in
it.
his house, and it looks like a house. There's pictures of other birds, and I'm like, guys, next big thing is SLUGME is birdhouses.
Love it.
You know?
Okay.
And so like my drive for a birdhouse didn't really go great, but one person got inspired to kick something else into motion, and that was Luke, right? And so Luke was like, you know, what if we do like a book house, you know, like a lending book house, right? Little lending library type
Library.
And so
we've got those all over the neighborhood.
that went to, okay, well, what
Put
would
the
that look
house.
like?
I love this.
Bam.
He said
post.
book house, and you were like, a book house.
house.
You like just took it literally.
Yeah, make a house out of a
So,
book.
so and then the post was killing me. Like the roof
Yeah.
was cool, and I was like, you know, this is like a 5 to 25 second, 10-minute sketch. You know what I mean? Like somewhere in between there. And then I just started things that really kind of inspired me to think house, and I was like, big Pixar, Disney. They drive so much, and the color. So the house from Up, was
That
really
was a
cool.
tearjerker at the beginning of that movie.
It's a tough movie.
Yeah. But
So
it's
good.
cool. And then like this was like a cat that's also a birdhouse, and I just thought that was so creative.
Yeah.
And I just
Hold
pictured
on.
us in X shape.
Oh wait, no.
And then, Pixar, they have this tree, that's in almost all their films. I think it started in like Bug's Life, Toy
You
Story.
told me, I didn't realize it was the same tree.
Oh, it's the same model.
That's
man.
so
They made-
cool. Yeah.
Definitely in X shape.
Yeah.
And that was like, oh, that's
Wait, for
cool.
real?
So,
The same tree has starred in multiple
yeah.
Pixar movies.
Yeah,
Alright.
yeah, no doubt.
Okay.
And so I thought, let's bring, like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Well,
How would you describe those trees?
we're getting there.
Okay.
Patience. All right, so I talked with Andy one meeting, and I was like, what do we need?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's smart, like in phase one, which I call the understanding phase, to step back, realize what you're doing.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Set
Okay.
some constraints.
Yeah, we're
to the
building a book
project.
house. Why are
Yeah.
we building a book house? Well, it's for children to exchange books and stuff. What's it need to be? So we made a
Right.
quick checklist. Needs to be weatherproof, doors with latches, put it on some sort of post, It's got to hold books.
That's
right?
good. That's
It's got
it.
to look cool, because let's
say
face
the
it, we're
obvious
not
thing sometimes.
We're not going to build something that doesn't look cool, because why even build it, right?
And the last one?
Whimsical. It's got to be whimsical, okay? It's got to be out there. It's got to drive. It's got to push the boundaries of creativity. It's got to be nuts, okay?
Okay.
So it's like, how do you get nuts? Well,
Ask Jason for some advice.
You put some stuff. Oh, Chinlu had a great idea. What if we do a book island? So I modeled up all these quick,
I'd put one more
these
constraint on there.
little homes.
We
Okay.
wanted to make sure
Andy's
that
gone. We lost Andy.
Andy's
I think
scared of whimsical.
Yeah,
He
it's
can't
too
handle
much
it.
whimsy. So,
But we, one other thing is we wanted everyone with a maker's license to be able to recreate this design too, right?
right.
So we wanted to not make it too crazy, like potentially this could get, right?
Oh,
Scale it back just a tiny bit from there.
Yeah. So this was Book Island. It had like 3 different book houses on it. It had like a dungeon in it, and it had a gargoyle hanging out on top, which was done in X shape and reading a book. So that was like kind of it was a lot.
It's a wild gargoyle.
Yeah, that might be a little intimidating.
So then I started thinking, how can we introduce, whimsical into this, And, I got a lot of little kids, and, we're watching Cinderella, and these 2 little bluebirds in Cinderella start bouncing around. They're making a dress, and there's like all this magic.
Great scene.
And I'm like, we got to help these birds out. And then my brain, bird brain, I keep going back to the birdhouse, that I wanted to make.
Yeah. And
so then we end up with, what about a book house that doubles as a birdhouse?
Love it.
What? So we get what's called over here the book house birdhouse jazz, right? And so this was just, my interpretation of a lot of different bright colors coming together and to make this. And I thought, hey, it'd be cool to, bring the stained glass, that you can kind of see through it into it. And then if the roof was like,
I think we can
Well, hang
actually.
on.
We have the 3D model
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Hang on.
oh, you gonna alt tab that?
Yeah, dude.
Wait, you can alt tab?
Yeah. Oh, there's
What?
Take us through.
Okay, so this is what I call conceptual modeling, okay? And
Don't.
Right.
Oh god.
Oh, the middle mouse.
Middle mouse
Yeah,
is
Jordan's
this.
mouse. It's disturbing.
The thumb. The thumb. I'm sorry, guys,
Got to
but
customize
come on.
You spin it
everything.
around.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that literally
All right.
nobody
To
can
the
use
front?
anything.
To the front. Yeah. So we got the bird and the stained glass.
Stained glass. The side. We got.
Got the X-shaped rocks. Those literally started with a box, and in 5 seconds, like maybe under, they were perfectly shaped rocks.
Yeah.
On the back,
Okay.
I don't know, man. Not too creative on the back. I think we can improve
Some
that.
siding. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
put a
so
window up
on this side, we have a 55-gallon steel drum that just smashed into the side of it.
I wanted this.
And then a chimney coming out of it.
Yeah.
Well, they got to stay warm. The birds got to stay warm. It's also their house.
So you just like burn oil?
Yeah.
in
Let's
that?
just go to the birdhouse.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
This isn't an assembly.
No. Hold on. Time out. Don't beat me up yet. let me have my one moment, okay? And then the tree stump is, modeled obviously in X shape, and that took under 20 minutes.
That
and
is a sick tree. I love it.
Scroll underneath there. You
Whimsical.
See these like little boards like holding it up, like
Love
the
it.
birds, like they hammered those in with their magical little beaks. You know what I mean?
Yes,
And they like
nice.
drove them in, and so I'm like in there modeling like nail heads.
It's a good touch.
And
Good
then show the
touch.
bird houses, the happy little bird homes.
Oh, yes,
up
right,
there.
yeah.
Boom, we got some dormers.
Love
They're
it.
not just regular dormers. They're made out of books, right?
Books.
So, boom, there's your birds.
Okay, so how long did it take you to design?
8 minutes. 8 minutes.
Shut up.
Everything. If I
No.
can't do it under 8 minutes, I'm wasting my time and everyone else's time.
No. Really, how long did it take you? How long, approximately?
I got into it, man.
Yeah.
I was like, I startled my family. They're like, I don't know, he's in the garage. He won't come out of the garage. He's mumbling on about a book house and 2 magical birds. You should really interview my wife. That's who you want to talk to. If you want whimsical and crazy, she'll put it out there,
But really, how long do you think it took?
A couple days, day,
Okay.
half a day. I don't know.
Yeah,
Kind of like 10 minutes.
All right.
It's over 10 minutes.
starts
Like,
going.
I just
All right,
see
so
colors.
let's take a look at the feature tree.
Feature tree is on point.
Extrusion, shell, plane, extrude, cut, extrusion,
Yes.
plane,
So sweep in there. This
plane,
is
sketch,
sweeps.
I earned this.
shells. Yeah, lots of sweeps.
Oh, an inserted body.
Oh gosh. Book stack.
Hammerville.
Oh,
Book
yeah.
stack.
Oh, that you're like, you
Insert
know
part.
what? I should probably make some of these in other part files,
Yeah.
just to keep it organized.
You know what? I modeled books for at least 23 days straight. Then I was doing the individual pages, and I'm like, this might be too much. No,
Move
we
body,
should
move body,
up.
move body, move body, move body.
Yeah. So let me just point out that there is
Import.
there's 187 total bodies in the model,
Yeah.
and it's just one SolidWorks part.
Yeah.
So is this the right way to do it?
I haven't even done this yet.
So what's amazing though is the fact that like you're actually using SolidWorks how a lot of people would use like some sort of like concept sketches almost.
Yeah.
Like you're like going right past that. Like some people get into Photoshop or something. You're just like, I'm in SolidWorks. I'm making it in 3D.
Let's take
Andy
it
and I have
where it
had the
needs to go.
privilege of watching you model in this mode, and at first it made my skin crawl.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no. Do this first.
You
and do
didn't
that.
define that sketch.
You're breaking all the rules I taught in the essentials class.
Yeah, totally.
And then I realized, like, whoa, he's done with a model that probably would have taken me 3 hours. He's done in like 20 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Speed modeling.
I would call it
modeling.
like 3D sketching almost, because you're just like,
Yeah, right.
what would take me that long to do on like a piece of paper, you're doing it in 3D.
Yeah.
And I kind of love it, because like we just heard his like brain map, his mind map like explained, and it was that of a lunatic.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I can't even use your
Definitely.
mouse. You're
Certified.
calling me crazy. You can't even use his mouse.
That's actually it's a different kind of crazy.
yeah.
Whole
It's like
different guy.
changing the function key to like something else, right? Like why would you do
does
that?
But
it.
I appreciate. I've learned to appreciate your technique, because it's
Good.
like in the conceptual phase, what you need is speed.
Yeah.
Because the modeling has to be able. If you're going to resort to 3D modeling, it's got to be able to keep up with your crazy mind and all the ideas that are popping into it.
Right.
So you got to model fast. So
guys,
I appreciate that, man.
Yep.
This has been over 11 minutes, but
Sorry
before Jason leaves, I did get you the first book that you can put inside of your book house.
Aw, that's really
It's
nice.
called
Show the
Whimsical
camera.
Houses.
Whimsical Houses.
Yes, that's terrific.
You know?
That's terrific. Yeah. So
Beautiful.
perfect.
Very thoughtful, Andy. That's what you ran off to get?
Yeah. So
I did. I left. I literally left. I ran out of
forgot
here
the book.
because I
That's
forgot
perfect.
the book.
Yeah,
I will
man,
take
you've
it
been
with
really
me.
helpful out on the
Yeah.
shop floor. Can you
Yeah.
get back
Yeah.
to work?
Yeah,
Yeah,
here,
I'm gonna go
just
back to the
go
shop floor.
Put on your gloves and
And-
get out of here.
I get to work, and I want to tell everyone while I got the audience, held hostage here a bit,
Oh, yeah.
to check out a lot of my work. It's going to be coming out on YouTube and also on the Made in 3D community, on our swim community. So check it out. Got a lot coming up. And we got a whole Makers series that's going to be launched really soon. I made it with Todd Trout and Andy Raymer on the adoption team with me. And it's a 9-part series dedicated just to getting makers off the ground.
Nice.
So they can make
That's awesome.
really crazy
Yeah.
cool stuff. And I think it's important to get that out there.
Yeah, man,
and,
absolutely.
Yeah. So
right.
I'm gonna go paint and work with
Yeah,
some
dude.
Jasmonite and some auto body filler and like.
You might
I'm
want
gonna
to put
go
a
rock
hairnet next
it
time.
could it could happen.
Got all of your hair.
Okay, I'm gonna leave this here for you.
Oh,
Well,
man.
thank you, man.
Excited to see you later.
We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. Do we need to turn this off?
You can do whatever you want with
right
it.
here.
You can beatbox.
All right, it's safe, I think. There.
Yeah.
All right, well, now let's on to the part of the show where we show you how to model properly.
Yeah.
Should
probably do that.
So let's
This
just
would
close.
be bad if you came to a user group and you're just like, this is the mayhem. And then like,
Let's
you got,
close this and pretend it never happened, and then let's jump into the actual design, which
Love
isn't super far off from what Jason created.
That's the great part is like you see his model and then you see the one that we came up with and you're like it's obviously like a
Pretty much the
copy,
same
you know.
Except it's manufacturable.
Yeah, it's actually manufacturable. It's actually an assembly.
Yes.
That you can get like lists of things you need to cut, right? Like,
Yeah.
So,
All right.
anyways,
Should we get going?
let's do it.
All right. So here is the final design, and you'll be seeing this again manufactured in the build section a little later. But for now, let's get this going. Come on, PowerPoint.
You can do it, PowerPoint.
You can do it.
I believe in
Oh
you.
no! I gotta go back.
Go
You gotta
back,
see
go back,
this-
go back.
Ah!
Oh man, see, he told me that his PowerPoint was going to be fine.
Dan ruined it.
Yep.
I'm gonna blame Dan. He was using this computer. Okay, I think we're all good now.
All right, ready?
He was just kind of tired.
Wait, what?
There it is.
This is now a
The grand
PowerPoint
reveal.
user group.
Yeah, I'll show you how that's done. Actually, let's do this one more time because you can actually see the transparency in the windows. See that?
That's cool.
As it spins across.
Yep.
Anyone can do this.
Yep.
It
Yep.
is kind of a pro tip. We'll get to that a little
For
later.
PowerPoint, but yeah.
Let's talk about our modeling workflow. First, we start with the shape, okay? And in my mind, this is as far as Jason actually needed to take it.
Right.
Just like kind of make a basic shape, nothing more than extrusions and extrude cuts. And then we get to the more detailed part of the design, the framing, where we're making specific boards to specific sizes and making sure they all meet up together very precisely. And then the rest is just kind of fun modeling. It doesn't really matter the process. You're just adding the decorative stuff that Luke and Kirby and Sal and
Exactly,
Chin Lu are
yeah.
putting on. Okay, so there's more than that. It's that tree stump that this thing sits on, and
Yep.
we use the exact same workflow. We had to create a shape first, then we had to make it manufacturable some way, and then we had to assemble it all together. So let's get started with the shape. It's pretty simple. You're possibly going to be underwhelmed, but the first thing before we even create a shape is we're going to create a part template. So let's jump over here to SolidWorks, and whenever I'm doing
template.
part template,
This is very exciting user
very
content.
exciting stuff. See-
People are like, "Why? Oh, wow! I didn't know how to create a part
Yeah,
template."
let's talk about part template.
But yeah, I think the reason why you're creating the part template is actually really cool.
So I have a wood part template because
As
I
one
do
does.
projects all the time, construction projects, stuff like this, building kitchen cabinets. But I'm going to start with my basic part inch template, right? Nothing special here. There's two things I do that make the wood template unique. Number one, I start a sketch and I draw a little construction line right here just to have something to add a dimension to. And this dimension is going to be representative of the standard thickness of whatever material I'm using. Usually it's like 3/4 inch plywood, right? So I'm going to right click on that and hit link values. I'm going to call this the thickness global variable. All right?
Love it.
Nice.
Yep.
And I'm going to, you can change this at any time. I'm going to make that 0.75.
Nice.
Okay. One other thing that I'm going to do, I'm just going to exit out of that sketch. One other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to add a weldment feature. So let's just type out weldment. And there's weldments, that's a toolbar, be careful. this is the weldment feature.
Yeah.
And the weldment feature is amazing. Look at the property manager. It's really complex. No, it doesn't even have a property manager. It just adds this little thing in the tree, and something happens.
Yeah.
The solid bodies folder turns to a cutlass folder.
Ooh.
That's one thing.
Yeah.
And then another thing that happens is, let's make right now, I'm ready to save this as a part template.
Yeah.
Not going to do that. Imagine I did that.
Yep.
I'm going to start creating like a panel. So I do this by just creating a rectangle, something like that.
Those are
We
good rectangles.
fully define it.
That's a good job.
And then I'm
Nick.
going to extrude it. And to what depth should I extrude the panel?
I would go, I would just type in 0.375 or 0.75.
Or I could just link to thickness. Yeah.
What?
If we're going to be creating a bunch of panels, that's one of the tricks, is that thickness variable actually adds that little checkbox to every extrude cut feature, and you just have to check it on to make sure it's all the same. And if you ever change your mind and change that thickness, one variable changes it all.
Nice.
All right. Let's do another sketch up here, up on this side. And I'm going to create this time maybe like a 3-point rectangle, because I want to make sure that these two corners are snapped together. And then bring this panel way over here, extrude it again. And again, I'm going to link it to the thickness.
Yep.
But notice what else is on by default, or off.
Off. Merge result.
Merge result.
Right.
So we never have to worry about accidentally merging two panels together because of that weldment feature.
I just want to, in the chat, could people like mention how many people just learned the first time why you would ever use a 3-point rectangle? Because I do not think people use 3-point rectangle ever.
Do you?
No, I never use it. No, I absolutely would have done a regular old
Did you
rectangle.
just admit it? You just learned it right there?
Well, no, I knew it existed. I've used it before, but it's
All
like,
right.
I never even would have thought to do it there.
All right.
Yeah.
Great, great, great. Yeah, I hate drawing the rectangle and then dragging it again. It's like, all right. So there you have it. That's a behavior that template is going to allow you to have. And you can just start creating rectangles, extrude, 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 extrude. Never have to type a distance. And it's pretty simple. OK, let's move on with this. Oh, one more thing.
Yeah.
Let's say we're going to create that new part. This time I'll use the wood template. One of the ways that when it comes to after making, so let's show this model first. Here is the solid geometry I created.
Yep.
If I walk through this feature tree, this is like Essentials class day 1, right? I did bring in Jason's picture as a reference, but I created an extrude, a little sketch right here, front profile. I mean, who can't create that sketch? Pretty simple, just one extrusion. And then you'll notice here that I use certain places that link to thickness.
The thickness.
And you know why you see 0.47 or 0.48 right there?
Yes.
Is because we were using 1/2-inch ply, because Sal told me to use 1/2-inch ply. And then once we got the plywood in, he measured it and it was like, oh no, it's 0.48, and things potentially wouldn't fit. So all I had to do after we made this whole thing is just change one variable and everything updated perfectly.
I especially like how you said that part here so that we don't get to reveal it later on.
Yeah.
So
totally.
Good job on that.
Yeah, I'm sticking to the show, man. All right, so another extrude, whoop-de-doo, another extrude, and some extrude cuts for the front doors and the back doors and the little holes for the birds to get in the birdhouses.
Looks like a book house.
Like it takes no time at all.
Yeah.
But this is going to be our master model, if you will. And this geometry is going to drive the rest of the detailed model.
Right.
Just like that.
Yeah, and like you and I, surface modelers, right?
Mhm.
Teach a lot of surfacing classes, talk to a lot of industrial designers.
Yep.
I think this is a very common practice in industrial design, right? You create the crazy organic shape, and then just the surfaces get used over and over again to create all the detailing. So like to be able to go like step outside of that mindset and go like, oh, I can also use this for like really prismatic geometry.
Yep.
You know, and still get all the advantages of the master modeling technique. Fantastic. Love it.
So one thing that is, so I could have created that solid body, and then created the rest of the features underneath it, but made sure all the features were referencing that solid body.
Yeah.
But I like having that solid body as its own part file.
Yep.
And then when I go to create a different type of set of features, like the framing, I would create a new part file and then just use the insert part feature to insert that shape file into this part.
You weren't supposed to
It's
check
all right.
everything
No,
off.
it's fine. Just all I'm inserting, there's a bunch of checkboxes there, but all I'm bringing in is a solid
body. That's all you care about.
Yeah, that's all I care about.
And maybe part appearance.
Yeah, you might do part appearance if you care about it. Doesn't really matter. But now that that's a feature, and all it does is it has the 3 solid bodies.
Yep.
And these are always going to be linked to the original ones. And if the original ever changes, it will change here, which will update the model.
Great.
So that is how you use it. Now, the other benefit that we found working collaboratively, Andy, is I was working on the inside of the solid body, and you were working on the outside doing the exterior details. So it allowed us both to have 2 separate part files, both based off the same solid geometry as the first feature in those part files, and therefore, as you were making the exterior design and I was making the interior, if that one solid body changed, it would update both of our designs automatically. So we were able to work concurrently without worrying about stepping on each other's toes. Exactly.
I hate when you step on my toes.
Happens a lot. I got big feet. Sorry.
It's true.
All right. So let's
Like
come back over here.
Short.
That's it for the shape. Again, you don't realize how beneficial it is until you start utilizing that workflow. It makes everything just so simple. So now the next part, how are we actually going to fabricate this? Out of a bunch of panels, right?
Yep.
And this doesn't sound complicated. I could have just done it as I was, like draw a rectangle, extrude, draw a rectangle, extrude. But think about what you would have had to do to draw out the roof. You probably would have to create a plane at an angle and then start a rectangular sketch there, extrude it out. That's what that solid body becomes. It's like a reference piece of geometry that you could just start right on there.
Right.
Now, we're going to model this out of sheet metal, right? Because it needs to be super strong.
The entire thing is modeled out of wood, but you've created a weldment feature, and now you're going to convert to sheet metal. Okay, all right.
Just trust me.
I'm with you for the ride, man.
Trust
Let's see
me. All right. Oh, I wasn't supposed to close that original shape down. Let's open it again. So all you have to do here, and let's imagine I use the insert part command as well. Oh, great.
Yeah, you keep selecting 2 things. you can drag and drop multiple things from your local cache and open them all at the same time. It's pretty cool.
Woo,
It's actually
cool benefit.
it's an enhancement.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and use convert to sheet metal. And what we're going to do is we're just going to select a face, right?
Yep.
And you see a little yellow preview there.
Yep.
And I'm just going to hit OK. What thickness did it make that?
The thickness.
The thickness variable. I don't even have to think about that.
Yep.
So now I fire up the convert to sheet metal again. I select a side face and I hit OK.
Love it.
Right?
The thickness.
And then I pick this front face. I hit convert to sheet metal and I hit OK. And
All
by
right.
the way, the only feature here is keep body. That's the only checkbox I really worry about.
Right.
Because for the very last one, you could maybe uncheck it and it gets rid of that solid body
Sure.
if you have it in your design.
Right. But you want to keep referencing that same solid body. So you can't, like normally with the convert to sheet metal, you're like selecting a bunch of faces and then you have a bunch of bends in between and ripped edges and whatnot. But with this, you're basically selecting that feature over and over and over again.
Yep.
So like you got to select it like a bunch of times, but it's still saving you like so much time.
Yeah.
It's insane.
One problem though.
Yep.
We've got all these overlaps at the corners because
Okay.
we're using the outside surface.
Right.
And we have to because it's solid on the inside. We didn't shell it out or anything like that. So that's a problem. So we gotta go ahead and fix that. Let's jump over to this model now to go ahead and see how we're going to deal with that. Basically, the hard part is done, just creating convert to sheet metal, and everything. Those are all our panels. The only thing we gotta do now is trim them up so that they fit together.
Right.
Okay, so number one way to trim is the most basic. We can use an extrude cut feature.
I've used that one before.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Every now and then I do a 3-point rectangle when I extrude cut.
Let's see how that works.
Yeah.
So let's drag up to here right after the.
What was that?
What?
No, I know what the rollback bar is.
Oh I'm glad. All right, so we, you know what I got going on over here?
What do you got going on?
I'll tell you what I got going on.
I'm waiting for you to tell me. I'm literally waiting with bated breath.
Well, whatever. Who cares?
I don't know what that term means. I hope it's like innocuous. I don't know.
I've got this opened up in Cache.
Yeah.
Edit in context. I gotta delete those other bodies.
I'm not sure if this is part of the.
No, this isn't part. This isn't part of it. But I've got like 3 extra bodies here, and I'm not sure why. So what?
Good.
So we've got the convert to sheet metal features, right?
Yeah.
And we're going to create a couple of extrude cuts because if you take a look at the top right here, we've got some overlap.
Yep.
And these extrude cuts are pretty basic. Now, this is my tip.
Yep.
Is when you are going ahead and creating an extrude cut or something like that,
yep.
reference the original solid body.
Yeah.
That's what I said. So I'm going to show that solid body. Another tip is anytime you are, just get used to the fact that you can go ahead and isolate things, right? Make a keyboard shortcut for the isolate key. I make it the I key, right? So I could select all 3 of these bodies right here and just hit the I key. And then it will go ahead and hide everything away. And then that way I make sure that when I create a sketch, I'm doing it here. Why is this important? Because when you convert to sheet metal, you're creating a brand new body from scratch. And what if I had to delete one of those plates and then recreate it?
Yeah.
New face IDs, new everything. And if sketches, downstream sketches were attached to that, they're getting confused. What plane am I supposed to be on and everything? This thing's never going to leave.
Never going to happen.
So if you create all your sketches on here and only reference the edges from this original solid body, then you're going to be fine.
Wait, put a dimension in there.
Why would I put a dimension in here?
I don't know. It just seemed like a good idea. You don't want to put a dimension in there?
I don't want to put a dimension in here. I don't want to put a dimension in here because if there's something that is dimensionally important, I should include that in the solid bodies feature.
Darn tootin'.
Yeah. That way, if you need to make a dimensional change, you just go one place.
Yep.
There you go. So then I just go ahead and come back here, hide this guy, or get out of the exit isolate mode, right? And then I can show all the original geometry and go ahead and extrude cut that plate.
Great.
Right? And when we do that, we just want to select that body for the feature scope. And cancel out of here. Let's move on. So a couple of extrude cuts, that is the most basic way to go ahead and modify the geometry.
Yep.
A much faster way than that, rather than dealing with a bunch of sketches and extrude cuts over and over and over again, a huge time saver is the indent feature.
Yeah.
Where is the indent feature usually used?
Where is it usually used?
Yeah.
Plastics.
Plastic design.
Yeah. So we got weldments, sheet metal, plastic tools. Got it.
Yeah.
We're making wood.
We're making wood.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
So let's use the indent feature here. All right. Let's hide these. Come on. And let's come down to right about here. And I swear to everything, Andy, where are those solid bodies coming from that I'm looking at?
Nobody
right here?
knows.
Let me hide this. That's okay. Let's hide this. I got to figure this out because it's driving me insane.
Yeah. All right. Good.
I still don't know why I'm seeing those lines right there, but whatever. Okay, so let's go ahead and drag down here. We're going to do the indent features. So we've got intersections at every single corner here. The way to get rid of those intersections is by the indent feature. If I click on this, and then the first thing you're clicking is the thing that you want to cut.
Right.
Then you're going to turn this checkbox on, cut.
Cut.
Then you're going to select the bodies that you want to cut with.
Yeah.
I'm back on track now. I understand what's going on here. When you do this, what tool would you usually use to do this? The
subtract.
Subtract.
Yeah.
What's the problem with the subtract command?
It actually, you lose the body that you're doing the subtracting with.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you need to duplicate the body first, move copy body.
Request.
Exactly.
Come on.
All right.
Get rid of that.
So indent feature doesn't work like that. If I go ahead and select this, it is just cut this feature. If I select that and hit isolate, the I key, we could see it's removed all that overlap.
Perfect.
Perfect, except for that right there.
Hey, you know who taught me how to use the delete and patch tool?
Who?
Sal Lama right there.
No way.
Yeah.
You learned from Sal?
I learned everything from Sal.
That's amazing.
That's why I'm so much better at surfacing than you.
All right, so I use a delete and patch command all the time. I include it right on my context toolbar, right? I just need to select that one face. If you don't like it, get rid of it.
Ta-da!
Sweet, right?
It's like magic every time.
And let's, Sal, let's never mind this this bevel cut right there. We'll address that a little later. Okay, I'm gonna cancel out of that. We've already done that delete feature. The indent feature is a little bit of a repetitive process, but you just do it once for each board, and it's pretty quick.
Nice.
Now, another thing that we'll get into is let's exit out of the isolation.
I think you actually have a PowerPoint slide for the next part.
Yeah, you're right. Okay, let's keep it moving. The next thing that we have to do is create a normal cut. And why? Well, how are we manufacturing this, Andy?
CNC.
How are we cutting these boards? CNC, right?
Yeah. Well, I suggested my Dremel, but everybody was like, I don't think that'll work well. Yeah.
Okay, so first off, this indent feature, that was created from just taking the top panel and subtracting these two bodies from it.
Right.
Now, the problem there is when those two bodies are subtracted, we've got this crazy bevel cut from this weird angle, and our CNC doesn't have that degree of freedom to pivot like that. So what we need to do is make all the cuts normal to the panel.
Yeah.
All right, so what would you do here? Like maybe start a sketch here?
Yeah, you could start a sketch there. You
edges.
could grab an edge in one spot, but then you have to like grab like
Rotate
the edges
this
on like
around.
the back edge. You have to be really cognizant of like getting like the largest possible
Then you'd
profile.
have to extend and trim because the side edges don't touch it.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's kind of an annoying process. We've got a new feature in 2021. If you
They're
don't
still
know
making
about
enhancements?
We're making.
This thing's been around for like 25 years. We're still doing
2024
enhancements?
is just releasing. And we've got hundreds more enhancements every single year, right?
Nice.
So all you have to do here is, to make that process simpler, is just pick one of these faces.
Yeah.
And it will automatically find the biggest perimeter out of all those edges, those beveled edges, and cut in a normal cut, right normal to that surface.
Yeah.
You can also create a new group inside of this command and select another interior or exterior faces as well. Like if you had that bevel on that one bottom plate,
on that bottom board.
could have selected that as well. So it's a sweet tool, and it'll just pop that out really simple. So the normal cut, a few more indent features all around the perimeter, and we're good to go.
Some random errors because you changed something you shouldn't have.
Yeah, like I said. All right, so let's come back over here. The normal cut feature, tab and slot. Ooh, man, this is a good one.
It is.
Indent feature saves a lot of time. This one saves even more. This is, for the birdhouses, they're pretty small. So it didn't make sense to make them out of like 1/2-inch plywood or 3/4, definitely not. We use 1/4-inch plywood.
Yeah.
And 1/4-inch plywood, I don't know if you know, is pretty hard to nail or screw anything into.
Right.
So it's pretty much basically only a glue up.
Yeah.
So you need all these pieces to fit together really well. And to have a tab and slot fit makes them a lot more sturdy.
You know, I grew up drinking tab, but I've never drank slot before.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Good. All right.
Tab is a drink?
Tab's a drink.
What kind of a drink?
It was a drink. Discontinued in 2020.
What was it?
Never forget.
You're wasting too much time. All right, dude. Anywho, the tab feature. Okay, so same thing for the birdhouse. We went ahead and did that same process of convert to sheet metal. We should have a convert to wood feature.
Yeah.
And then
that would actually be like that, dude. This is the community to talk to. Somebody make a macro where you basically just swap out the word sheet metal with wood and make a button that says convert to wood. Like that's what I need in my life.
Exactly. All right, so weird thing. This is probably one of the weirdest features in SolidWorks, I think, and it's pretty pretty confusing because when you create the feature, it creates 2 features in the feature tree.
There's probably R&D people in the room right now that are responsible for this, and you're like, this is a pretty weird, complicated feature.
Sal, did you
Great
have
way
anything
to
to
sell
do
it.
with this one? No? All right. He's not taking responsibility. But, you know, the reason the second feature is in there is for flexibility, so you can click it and hit edit. You can't even edit the feature, so I don't know what the purpose is of showing it.
Well, you got to know it's there. Yeah.
I guess. Maybe you could roll back in between it, and then you only show
It's a
the
metaphor.
tabs.
It's a metaphor.
I don't get it.
All
But
right.
anyways, the important thing to know is that you're not crazy. You did create 2 features in one. And when I go to edit this, let me just show you the kind of workflow. You know what? Let's create one from scratch because the picking here is pretty confusing. I kind of like remind myself how to do it each time I use it. But trust me, if you ever need to create tabbed in slots, you're going to want to use this feature. And by the way, I've got all these features up here at the top of my toolbar.
Yep.
How do you do that? If I search tab and slot, whatever, it's right there. You could just drag and drop it up onto your toolbar.
Sick.
That's how you get it, if you find yourself using it a lot.
Love it.
What this feature looks like is a lot of selection boxes.
Yeah, I love the fact that there's there's the blue, the pink, and the purple, which we get a lot of times. Yeah, some features have the green. This is the only one I know where you actually get a dark green, a 5th color.
Forest green. Yeah. And it's funny that there's orange.
There's lots of other colors besides green.
They went with a second.
It's another
shade
green.
Of green.
Yeah,
I don't get it.
Love it.
Not the most creative color people on our R&D team.
Just taking shots.
But anyways, I could pick this edge. Now, the way that you want to think about what edge do I pick first, it's the edge of the panel that is going to have the tab added to it.
Okay.
Okay? The next thing, and this is just the way I think about it,
because
actually the way they describe it in the help menu is still doesn't make sense to me. It's too many words. All right, so
Jordan's not a good reader. He needs emojis.
How far do you want that tab to extend? You want it to extend to this outer face.
Yep.
That's the next thing I ask myself.
Got it.
And then, what face do you want that tab to actually extrude from? That's this one right here.
I just
What's
love
so
this
funny?
idea of you and then I ask myself this question: what face do I want my tab to extend to?
That's exactly.
Ask yourself these questions.
We just got in Jason's head. This is mine. I'm sorry, it's not as exciting.
It's weird in its own right.
All right. So
All right.
the next thing that happens in my mind is
spacing.
Spacing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have to enter an offset, but the offset is the green. The 2 shades of green is the start point and the end point of the tab edge.
Yep.
Okay.
Got it.
And the start point is determined by, I pick the top half of that line, that edge, so it puts the start point up there. And then I'm telling it, do I want some offset before that first tab is created? So this is our first tab right here in that yellow wireframe. Do I want an offset from the bottom? I don't really care about that. And then I have two options. Equal spacing, which you can just go ahead and bump up the value right here. I almost said pump up the volume.
Pump up the volume. Pump up the volume.
And then I don't like this as much though because I'm thinking about parametric updates.
Right.
I'm thinking about what if I change the height of this
Yeah.
to be too short to fit for.
Yeah, and they're cramming into each other.
And then they can't fit.
Right,
and
right.
then the feature actually errors out.
Right.
So I don't want that to happen. So I'm going to pick an equal spacing, and I'm going to tell it what spacing to use, and it's going to determine the quantity.
Right.
And it will fit as many as can fit there. And if that dimension ever changes, it'll fit as.
Yeah, I love that. It reminds me of the linear pattern, up to reference, where as
Exactly.
it gets longer, more appear.
So just do that 600 times.
Yep.
No, I'm kidding.
Good.
Remember, that's a tab
Yeah.
and a slot feature, so only half of those features were actually had to be created.
Yeah, and then just thinking about that though, for each one of those, you're like, okay, that's an annoying sketch, but it's also you need to cut away from some material and then add material to other spaces. The
Doing two
amount
things
of
at
time that saves is insane.
And making sure that they fit together perfectly every time.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about different sketches on different planes
Right.
and losing a reference or anything like that. It's super robust and it's absolutely necessary for so many makers projects, right?
Sick.
figured that was something definitely worth showing
Great.
today. Finally, since we are making this out of sheet metal and welding it all together so it's indestructible, we need to create some shelves.
Yep.
And one way to do that is with a base flange, and I'm not going to explain this, it's really simple. You just draw a line and the base flange is created.
Yep.
Right? You just pick an end condition.
Love it.
It thickens it, paste on the thickness. The next thing is sometimes you're going to have to take it back to the fundamentals and just make an extrude feature again.
Sure.
And why is that? Let me show you a perfect example of this.
What do you got?
Let's go down to the shelves right here. And let's pop up right before this feature right here. So this sketch, the reason I use an extrusion for it is if we take a look at this front view and we go ahead and show the hidden lines behind here.
Yep.
Right, let's go into that. I've got a panel over here. Now, if I created the line right here for the base flange and thicken that downwards, what would I have?
It would intersect.
Yeah. So we chose to go upwards.
Yep.
But if I went upwards on this side, it
would be totally fine.
We wouldn't have interference.
Yeah. You could have done a base flange.
In my mind, that made sense right there.
Yeah.
Okay, imagine, if you will, that side panel is inverted like this, and you'd have interference.
You didn't need a boss extruder.
I didn't need them.
No.
But sometimes I have needed them, okay?
Yeah.
And the way that I do that is I just draw a rectangle so that I can be precise about the actual profile that needs to fit in between these angled boards.
Right.
And again, guys, if you're wondering, like, why aren't they mitering that? Again, we're cutting these out on the CNC. And this is really easy to mount because it's a 1/2 inch thick. We could drive screws right through it with pocket screws, or we can go ahead and put like a little board right there that would rest on top of. Lots of different ways to attach that. The key thing there is when we're extruding, we're linking the thickness and we're going up to a surface and all is good.
Yeah.
Pretty simple, right?
Yep.
Now, one of the disadvantages of using the extrude feature is you don't get as much information about it.
Right.
Because one of the things that we're going to have to do is create a cut list. We're going to need to know the size of every single one of these, the width, the length, the thickness, and keep track of all that. Well, that is why I created this this cut list folder with that Weldman feature. And the cool thing is that, again, if you're ever using this, you know how when say I had this collapse and I selected this panel right here, it takes me down to the feature. It doesn't tell me what cut list item that applies to unless you have the cut list folder pre-opened and then make your selection. If you scroll back up, it will show you what feature that is related to.
Cool.
So that's a little tip right there in itself.
Yeah, so it doesn't show as a sheet metal body. It just shows in its own separate folder as like a solid.
It's just a
like
dumb
solid.
Solid. But look at all the information we get from, say, like a sheet metal component like this.
Right.
If I right-click on that and hit Properties, it is tracking all kinds of cool information. It knows the bounding box length, width, thickness, and all of these things can be displayed on a cut list table inside of a drawing, so you know exactly how big to cut every single board just by looking at those dimensions. But look at this too. It has like cutting length outer.
Right.
So if you're trying to estimate how much time it's going to take and you know what the speed is per linear inch, you can actually calculate that. Cutting length
so that's
inner.
like the perimeter of whatever.
So full
Is it
perimeter.
the perimeter of the bounding box or the perimeter of like the shape?
It's the perimeter of the bounding box.
Okay.
But it knows cutting length inner too. So it knows, like, if you have that trapezoid or that house-like shape that we have for those cutouts, it knows those linear lengths.
Yeah,
on all
that's
that.
cool.
Yeah.
Right
and actually, cutting length outer for sheet metal, like for this tab and slot, it is actually figuring out all those tabs surfaces. So
Cool.
it's a completely accurate estimate.
Great. In the interest of time, I think you just say the next part, right?
Right-click and go ahead and create a bounding box for it.
Right.
And if I do that, what you'll notice is it creates a 3D shape here. And if I right-click here and hit Properties,
3D sketch. Yeah, 3D sketch, I'm
That's
sorry.
3D experience brain right there.
Yeah,
3D shape,
yeah, you're right.
That's another thing. Yeah.
But it goes ahead and creates that 3D sketch around there so that it knows all the bounding box dimensions to pull from.
Yeah.
Now, if you added tabs to this one, it's not as smart, right? But for the sheet metal ones, smart as can be.
Yeah, yeah.
So I would always say use sheet metal bodies whenever you can when
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
making things that you're going to cut out on a
Super
CNC.
cool.
All right. Finally, I think that's about it. There's a bounding box. We've covered that. And yes, finally, the delete body.
Yep.
So we have that shape at the beginning of our feature
Yep.
tree. And all we need to do is select those bodies, delete them, because we don't want to send those out with an export to, you know,
we have
and
because like
to
we
go
have
ahead
like
and manufacture.
we have like 10 different components that have that referenced body in the middle. Like imagine if that was like in the mass properties.
And there's a mass properties
Yeah,
set.
there's like
Yeah, right.
10 extras. Where
Yeah.
like actually this this little lending library weighs like 7,000 pounds.
How do you use delete body? You select the bodies from the cut list folder or solid bodies folder and hit the delete key on your keyboard. Pretty simple. That is it with the framing. I know that was a
Great.
lot.
Yep.
But listen, for anyone doing woodworking, most of the stuff that you're doing is out of like panel design.
Yeah, totally.
And that, using sheet metal, using weldments, using mold tools like indent, all of it helps to really save a lot of time because it's all tedious work.
Yeah, yeah.
That first step is so simple, but making sure all the edges fit together, that's the long part.
Oh, there's a Jesmonite function in here?
Yeah, yeah. So we cannot make this in SolidWorks. We have to resort
well,
to...
you could, but it would take a long time, right? And we can do this in something else in a few minutes, right?
I couldn't make that. I'm a better surface modeler than you, and I would not want to do that. God, that would be so many sketches.
I could do it.
Of course you could do it, but it would take forever.
I mean, you just said you couldn't, so.
I couldn't because I couldn't
Makes-
mentally get myself
makes
there
me
after
better.
knowing what I know.
All right, so you got a SolidWorks assembly inside of X-Shape right now.
Inside of X shape.
Cool.
And what shape would you start off with to create a tree trunk?
Cube. No.
You didn't answer that correctly. The
A cylinder.
intuitive answer
Yeah.
is a cylinder.
Yeah.
But no, I use
Right.
a cube for everything.
Yeah, sure.
So
I get it.
X shape is something that comes with the maker license.
Yeah.
So this is something that everyone can have, and we're going to go ahead and plop this right into the center of the design.
Plop.
It's a cube.
Yep.
We're going to make it non-cube very quickly. Lots of keyboard shortcuts for selecting a bunch of faces, for speeding this up. I'm going to go to the top view here and just grab these top faces because, Andy, we're doing this in context of a SolidWorks file. We
Yep.
can reference those SolidWorks features. Which one? The main surface.
Same shape that we've been using over and over again, right?
Reference that
initial
because
shape. Yeah.
if that changes, that's what should drive all the
Yep.
other changes.
Take your cube, make it a cylinder.
Bring in the corners.
Love it.
And we've got a cylinder. But now this is going to have a much better topology for
Right.
making the rest of the modifications that we're going to make.
Yeah.
Now the final feature that I really want to draw a lot of attention to here is a new feature since the last one we've been on the show.
Yeah.
And that is the
Soft selection. Yeah. Love it.
So what
Best
happens
enhancement
here
in X-Shape.
is when you have a bunch of vertices inside of a subdivisional model, it comes with a lot of responsibility to move every single one of those individually into the perfect spot. But here what we can do is just go ahead and use that soft selection. So this gradient of points is kind of the gradient of influence of whatever you're doing.
You just did a twisty spiral button on that, huh?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'm only moving the top vertices, but that translation is having a gradient effect
Right.
and on the rest of those points that are selected and colorized by that soft selection.
It's awesome.
Pretty neat, huh?
I love it.
So I could keep on modeling here and so forth. We can, select faces, extrude geometry out of it for like that little stump and
Yep.
things like that. Change the size of this base because one of the other key things here was making sure that this thing isn't going to tip over.
Yeah.
Not only from the weight of the books, but also if someone were to climb up on it,
Yeah.
something like that,
Right.
we need to pay attention to the center of mass of
Yeah.
this entire design.
Yep.
All right, Andy, I'm just going to skip past this. We can show the rest of the video
Yeah.
later, but I think we're like, there's the final design. All right?
That is whimsical.
Whimsical. So
All right.
how are we going to make this manufacturable?
I think, did you want to show the other,
the other
You were
tree?
telling me to hurry up just a second ago, but
Well.
yes, absolutely I can. Let's jump over into this design, and I'll show you a little bit of X-shape, because one of the things that we did in this, what do we have? 36 hours
you can
of
click. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just feel free to click.
36 hours
Yeah.
of building time
Yeah.
that we've had over the past 2 days.
Right.
We said, let's build this one.
Yep.
And then the build team of all people were like, let's build 3 of these.
Yes. They're
And
nuts.
then let's
dude.
not just build 3.
Bonkers. Yeah.
Let's make each one slightly different.
Yes, because why not?
So,
Right.
you know, you
Yeah,
can't
yeah.
take advantage of
Right.
any kind of like using
We're
common
like,
parts
we
or
already
anything
have
like
this
that.
tree, and they're like, yeah, make another one though.
So this was the
Yeah.
original design.
Yep.
One of the nice things that comes along with the platform is
Yep.
the fact that you get data management along with it.
Yep.
So, you know, rather than saving as and keeping track of file names and all that stuff, you can create revisions and branches. So when I went
Perfect for trees.
Perfect for trees.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I didn't realize
It does
there was
go
a
along
branch
well.
button. So this
It
is
works
how
for
you get
non-tree
this
design
is how
as
you
well.
get more branches on the tree.
Yes, exactly. This is
Okay.
a complete history. Now, normally you'd see a bunch more revisions and a bunch more branches,
Oh,
but
yeah.
I was able to reuse that original design and then
Yeah.
just make a straight up and down version.
Yeah. Good.
Rather than redoing all my work, I just dragged the top over and straightened out a few nodes and added another branch as well.
Very good.
And
All right.
we're done.
Great.
So, Andy, how do we make this thing manufacturable?
All right. Well, I'm going to switch over here.
Yep. Go ahead
And
take the
we're going to
HDMI.
show you all about it. I'm going to plug in. So this is an HDMI cord. I don't know, the people at home, maybe you've heard of it before. What I can do is show my, there it is.
Yes.
Yes. So we're going to talk about framing this thing, okay? Well, no, we're not. I don't know why framing is on there, but whatever. It's fine. So the thought process was, how do we turn this X-shaped model back into like something that we can actually build with wood, right?
With the stuff in this Fab Lab.
Simple stuff in the Fab Lab. And actually, Sal came up with this awesome idea. He's like, why don't we just make a bunch of slices with this thing, and then we can cut them all out on the CNC.
Glue them together.
Elmer's glue. Just straight up Elmer's glue, and we're good.
Yeah.
So that's what we decided to do. And, you know, obviously, I think everybody knows where I'm going with this, right? X generative design, right? But then we remember
what Andy has shown on previous
that crazy pattern shape creator, right? But here's the thing is we know that X generative design does not come with the maker's license, right? So I was like, how could I do this in SolidWorks? Could I do this in SolidWorks? Like, how much work would it be, right? And then I remembered, hey, we're making slices. We actually have this tool called slicing, right? Maybe I can try that out.
I've never used it before, actually.
Really?
I haven't
It's
had
sick.
a reason to, actually.
Yeah.
Mostly
So-
it's for what? Like scan data and,
Yeah.
and
So, like-
STLs that you're bringing in that you actually want to turn into real geometry. We already
Right.
have real geometry here.
Yeah, that's true.
X-shape comes into SolidWorks as
NURB surfaces, right? But you can absolutely use the slicing tool on NURB surface geometry. Like, it's no big deal.
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start by editing this component, and I want to have a bunch of slices, but I want to make sure that my slices line up with these boards right here, right?
We didn't really talk about that design detail. The front half
Oh,
is
yeah.
for books. The back half we decided to store the bird seed for the bird feeder.
As one does, yeah. Obviously.
Yeah, so that's
and we
separate
decided
compartment.
to help this thing be more sturdy, we're just going to have these boards continue up through the middle of the tree trunk and kind of hold everything together, right?
Yeah.
So with that, what we're going to do is we're just going to slice this. I'm going to do this pretty quick here. Now, we wanted to make sure that we had a plane, right? So I can't create slices from the center, right? So I have to
bidirectionally?
Bidirectionally, right? So I have to go out from one side and then through the other side.
Makes sense.
And what I actually did is I actually created a plane by just moving this front plane, control drag, right? And I know it's 0.75 and I need increments of 0.75. A quick way to get increments of 0.75 is to say times 10, right? So 7.5.
Type the math right into the field.
Yep, or I could say 7.5, but really I want the plane to land in the center of this because I want to do mid-plane, okay? So everything like works out properly. So I'll say 7.5
plus 0.75 divided by 2, right? Because I'm not good at math. I'm just an engineer, right? So I can do all that math right in the field, which I really like, right? And then that's how I come up with this plane. And then I can actually use that plane for the slicing tool, right? And I'll just activate the slicing tool, and then I'll grab that plane back, because I actually have that plane hidden for some reason, because I'm not smart. And then I want to show you what's going on here, though. If I just move this out, right, and I'll say, like, here's 5, right? And then I say, I want to preview those slices. You can see there's no way to select, like, just slice this one body, right? So it slices everything, right? And that's not actually what we want. So that
would have been a cool way to make it.
It's a pro tip, right? So what we actually need to do is go into the part file itself, right? And then in here, I'm actually going to create these slices. I'll show my planes here. Oh, that one plane is actually hidden. That's what's going on. So I grab that plane, I'm gonna separate them by 0.75, and then what I like to do is just crank up that number until it slices through the whole thing.
Can you just hold that down, or
yeah, you can just
that fast?
You can just hold it. I also can click that fast, but I chose to just hold down. Yep. And then I'll just click OK. And then what that's gonna do is, for every one of those planes, create a separate slice. Right? So now I have...
That's pretty fast.
It's super fast, dude. It's crazy. So there's like 22 separate sketch planes right there.
And now you just extrude.
Yeah, it's 22 separate extrudes, yeah. But I can actually do this in just one feature. So first I'm gonna filter my feature tree by sketch. I'm gonna shift select all my sketches. And then what I'm gonna do is go into a 3D sketch and say convert entities. Now this actually takes a little while, it chugs for a second, but the cool thing about this is I can actually create one sketch. Because it's a 3D sketch, I can get all of those contours on a bunch of different planes, and then I can use just one boss extrude with just one 3D sketch.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
No, I can't. Yes, you can. There's like a song like that, right? All right, now I'm gonna go into like boss extrude here, and I'm gonna say every 0.75. Yeah, for real. What do you think I'm doing, man? You think I'm just like trying this for the first time right now? What's wrong with you, dude?
Well, I haven't seen this, so.
Blind, 0.75. Now look, right here, they're kind of all off kilter, right? So I'll go mid-plane, and I'll scooch them all over, click OK, and I created all that wild geometry right inside of SolidWorks.
With one extrude feature.
One extrude feature, and like I just did that live for you in just like a few seconds, right?
And we'll go ahead and merge the result.
Well, I specifically, I should have used that like part template there.
Yeah.
But I was smart enough to say don't merge the result, right? Okay. So now, if we hop back in here, we can update the model, and we'll say that everything lined up exactly perfectly.
Doesn't look perfect, man.
No, and this is actually the big reveal is we, Sal got the boards in and realized they're actually 0.72 because they're never 0.75.
Yep.
Right, so I could have gone back and updated all of this, but at this point he was like, the trees are artistic.
Those.
Yeah, he had already cut them at that point.
He already cut those. So we left the trees 3/4 inch thick, and we left the house 1/2 inch thick.
Yeah. So anyways,
you got to make adjustments when everyone's working together and collaborating.
That's right. So that's how I did that, right? Now, another cool thing that we did is all the stuff on the exterior, right? And I'm not actually going to go through and show every little thing that we did on the exterior, but I will show you that it is actually in here. What I did is I actually put this inside of, I actually shared it with everybody just by clicking share a file right here inside of SolidWorks. There's a new enhancement right inside of SolidWorks. You can click share a file, and then if I was uploading it as new, right, which I want to do because I don't want to screw up the one that I already uploaded, it'll give me a few options here, like activate the external sharing link, enable guest comments. I can even restrict the access to specific users, but what I can do is I can send this out to anybody I want. They can rotate it around in 3D. They can create markups on it, And then what's cool is I actually get those markups back here inside of my SOLIDWORKS task pane. I can actually see all of the 3D markups that have been made, right? So I can actually see what's going on with that. I can even come in here and like click through. There's some ways to do it where you can actually see different, if you remember what button to click, which I can't right now.
I'm gonna let you struggle.
Oh,
you
my
let me
God.
struggle when those 3 boards were showing.
I didn't know how to fix it though.
I didn't either. I just moved on.
Where's the annotation tour button? Okay, so anyways, you can actually click through. There's like multiple options in here, but you can see.
I'll show it in the video.
I got some. As you click on different ones, it actually goes to different. I love how everybody in here is like, "This is cool," and then I asked John Sweeney to do it, and he's like, "Actually, you should really add a hip on the upper side of the chimney to divert the water." He like came up with like a real this is an actual enhancement.
Yeah.
But anyways, what I wanted to show you guys is the fact that
you can go ahead and review our design right now.
if you just click, if you hold your phone up to this, get the QR code, it will actually share this link to you. You can open it up on your
Show 'em
own
what the process is.
machine. So you can grab this on your phone.
Now,
right?
if you have a SolidWorks ID, like a username,
You can log in with
use
that.
the exact same username and password
Yep.
to log into the 3D Experience platform.
Right.
And if you don't have one, then you just create one for free.
Yep. And
use
this will
whatever email.
load, right? And it might take a while because everybody's doing it at once, right? And it's actually a pretty chunky file. But once it opens up, you can rotate the thing around. You can start to interrogate it. You can see, that's the one thing I wanted to show on the exterior were those cool stained glass windows that we made. But
yeah.
Chinlu's totally going to show you guys those in a little bit. We can actually click on the hamburger menu down here to get some other options. And then if I click on the kebab menu, right, everything's food related, really. I can actually get in here and I can do things like, hey, I can hide show, I can explode, I can even measure these things, right? I can put measurements on them, figure out what the size are.
On
right?
any device, without installing software.
No software installed. All you need is a login, right?
Yeah.
And literally any device that has a web browser. So pretty much everything. My microwave has a web browser on it now.
Yeah.
All right. So after that, I can start to use the pencil tool here. I can mark some stuff up. All right. I could also go back and grab some text. Right. So I could.
Yeah. So you saw the people that were like using their finger to write the text. It's
Yeah.
actually a text tool, which makes it a lot more legible.
Yep. Jordan with some really good comments here, like, who lives in here? Right? I don't know. What is this, a house for ants? Right?
What?
Come on.
All right,
Zoolander?
yeah.
What? What do you mean, what?
Yeah, you're right.
Oh,
you're right.
yeah, what?
Too
Come
many
on.
references today.
Too many If you
All
don't know
right, share.
Zoolander. All right, so then you click the share button, right? Oh, well, actually, before you hit the share button, right, you can do some other stuff. So Jordan actually created multiple markups, right?
This is important to point out. Like, this is a 3D file, so it's
Yeah.
not just like a screenshot that we're going to share.
Yep.
You can rotate, mark up, rotate, mark up, rotate, mark up, zoom in, zoom out in between each one of those markups. Do it until your heart's content, until you marked everything up, and then share it.
Now you can hit that share button, and when you do, what you want to do is say share as comment, and that's not just, you could just share a singular picture, but if you do share as comment, you actually get the 3D model in the comment. Right? So now it's right in there. You can type in something if you want. We re-rendered that faster thing, but I never got the updated PowerPoint. So there you have it, typing slowly. Right? And now actually if you click on that, right, or if you click on anyone else's, you can actually get this really cool like annotation tour, right, which is actually on the kebab menu. You go down to annotation tour.
Yep.
And then you can actually click to
Those little
different
arrows on either
different
side.
arrows, different markups. You gonna do it? There we go.
There you go. So you go back and forth. If there were 10 different markups, it remembers the zoom angle, it remembers the rotation, it remembers the annotations that
Right.
were through there. So that's a great way to go ahead and review everyone. So everyone's markups, go ahead and make those.
Yep.
We'll review them.
Yep.
And we did leave at least one, but one pretty noticeable error in our design.
Yep.
So to whoever can find that error, Post it in the comments, and we'll see who's the first to actually discover the design error.
And I'm told Dan Wagner has a very large prize he's going to send you.
Yeah.
No, Dan just got really stressed. That was a joke. There's nothing planned, so don't expect anything, but please try and find it.
And just because Andy's exterior design wasn't as creative as Jason's doesn't mean that that's a design error. There's actually something fit and function that's going on wrong. All right, so that doesn't count.
Good times. So we should probably figure out whether or not this thing's gonna fall over.
Of course it's not. It's fine, dude.
Really? You seem very confident.
Dude, it's got that tree trunk is made out of so much massive wood.
Yeah.
I think I could drop an elbow on it from the top turnbuckle and nothing would happen. I would break.
I think we should probably get Shreyas in here and see whether or not this thing's actually going to break.
This guy always finds faults in our designs. Why would you invite him to this table, man? All right, fine. Shreyas, come over here.
Come on, everybody!
No, it's awesome to see Shreyas. He
Yeah.
is
Hey, guys.
the
Live and in
intelligence
person.
level
It just went back up.
went back up.
Yep.
We're starting to trend
steal
upwards
your
again.
power.
Yeah, you're going to need that.
Typical. It's stealing
Do you
power.
want my Ethernet cable? You're good with just the power?
I'm good with the Wi-Fi.
I remember I
Nice.
gave you my power cable, so be nice.
Oh, yeah.
I will.
And we are going to give you HDMI.
Thank you. Well, hang on a second.
All right.
Oh,
Give it
oh.
a second. Give it a second.
Oh, there you go.
Hey!
All right. Well,
So you
It's,
drew colorful lines around our model.
yeah, that's typically what I do. That's
It
my
is a
that's my
children's
role.
book house, so you turn it into a coloring book too.
Yeah.
All right.
Good
Nice.
times, good
All right.
times. Love it, love it.
Well, it's good to see you both.
Good to see you too, man.
Yeah.
What do you got for us, man?
A lot.
Yeah?
But let me first tell how informative your session was.
Yeah?
Did you learn some modeling tricks?
No.
Okay. What did you learn? It just wasn't informative?
No, it was. It was. It's always. It always is. I always learn a few things whenever you do some kind of demo.
Great.
Good.
Good. Glad to hear.
But the reason I am here for is we're going to virtually test this book lending treehouse.
Yep.
Right. So as you guys were working on ideas, designing stuff.
Yep.
I was kind of setting virtual tests using 3D Experience, of course.
Yep.
And then I was testing it for various different scenarios. So let's take a look at what those scenarios are.
There's not going to be a scenario where you can break this thing, man.
Really?
We made sure of it.
Really? What do you guys think? Can this thing survive?
I live in Cleveland. We don't get hurricane winds off of Lake Erie.
What about you?
I mean, there's hurricanes in Massachusetts, but they usually just knock over lawn chairs. They're not
That's
serious.
it?
Yeah.
No category 4.
But I understand.
Category 4 hurricane.
Anyone will be able to download the design files and
Yep.
install it somewhere where there are hurricanes. So that's smart.
Cool.
Structural integrity.
So
What's
we are
this?
so we are going a bit too crazy with the tests, right? We want to absolutely make sure that this
Worst
thing
case
doesn't
scenario.
fail. Worst case scenario.
Love it.
Okay. So category 4 hurricanes, we're gonna see. Okay, is it gonna sustain that amount of loading?
Yep.
Right. That amount of pressure with let's say 130 miles per hour winds. So what I'm gonna do is set up a flow analysis.
Yep.
See how much pressure it can handle with a downstream structural integrity analysis.
Yep.
Right. Then we're going to do some
hailstorm
simulation.
Just in case.
Right? Just in case. Let's
That's
say
hilarious.
30
Yep.
miles per hour, hail's falling from the sky. I just model some hails, and
Yep.
we're going to basically have them impact on the treehouse and see if it is going to sustain.
I wish hail
Impact.
all fell down equal distance, spaced apart. That would be pretty cool to watch.
And then finally,
yeah, I guess you're gonna really enjoy the last one, right?
Some cowboy
yeah,
is-
this is Bruce. You
Yep.
guys know Bruce?
Bruce Holloway.
No.
What?
No. Bruce the sim guy.
Bruce the sim guy. No, Bruce
the
Holloway
sim
is not a
guy.
sim guy.
Yeah, so
Bruce
Bruce,
but he does kick things a lot.
Yeah, this is just
No.
Bruce.
Okay.
Bruce, the simulation guy. So
Great.
He is pretty active on LinkedIn, apparently. So he shows a lot of advanced simulation stuff that we all have access to with the 3D Experience platform now. So I'm sure you're gonna love this.
He's gonna kick a soccer ball at the house.
Looks like he's mad about something. I guess we'll find out. What do you guys think?
I can see a kid kicking a soccer ball at a house. If a guy with a cowboy hat walked up to my front yard and started kicking soccer balls at my lending library, that I'd be concerned.
Right.
Not about if it's going to break or not.
All right. So I'm gonna straight up jump at some results. While you guys were designing some stuff, I was working on these virtual tests, and we'll see what some of the results what I've got.
So category 4, you said, is 130 miles an hour wind?
Yeah, that's about it. That's about the point where it switches from a category 3 to a category 4.
Great.
That's what I
Seems
learned
reasonable.
From Google.
Yeah.
So just to give you a quick context about this, right? So what I've done is I've created a virtual fluid domain. Right, which means that I have created a space around the tree, and then what I'm going to do is, you see these arrows?
Yes.
I'm going to make the winds, flow from this direction, to the left, from the right to the left. Right, 130 miles per hour.
Great.
Okay. All right. Well, already done that, so we'll see the results now. Again, not considering the whole fluid domain, but just looking at cut surface, a cut section. What it tells you is, yes, there is, and you're looking at a velocity plot, right?
There you go. Okay, so it's the velocity of the wind, right?
That's the main thing.
Red is the highest, blue is the lowest. Makes sense because you on the backside you get like this turbulent like pocket here where if that's where I would hide.
Correct.
If I was in a hurricane, I would hide behind.
Exactly.
I would hold on to
what
a
I
tree
was going
trunk
to come
for sure.
to.
Yeah. Very safe.
But I wouldn't be anywhere near the book lending treehouse in a hurricane.
Yeah.
I'd already be.
Because you think it's going to knock over?
I'm not saying that yet.
Okay,
We will find out.
Fair enough.
We'll find out. But if you were outside for some reason, this is the space you probably need.
Okay, if you had to. Yeah.
All right, and I can simply hold my mouse around and see, okay, at what point around this 2D plane, the magnitude of velocity is.
Cool.
Here's the legend.
Maximum
velocity is 81 meter per second, which is
meters per second.
Meter per second.
Meters per second.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that is
miles per hour.
I think our friends from France actually use those units.
Yes.
That is definitely more than 130 miles per hour, because 130 would be somewhere
right there.
at this point, right?
Anywhere that's stadium mustard yellow.
That is correct. But the goal of this particular study was to understand what happens to the treehouse, based on the wind loads.
Right.
So what is the pressure? What is the amount of pressure?
That's what you care about.
Exactly.
Right, because if you have like a super aerodynamic car, you could have velocity that's going really fast, but it's not like causing a bunch of pressure on it, so who cares?
But then again, so the frontal area of the treehouse it's not super aerodynamic.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, like velocity doesn't tell you much about structural integrity.
Correct.
Pressure does.
In a way, pressure is also related to velocity, right?
Yes,
because the faster you go, the amount of pressure that is being imparted on the structure is going to raise. Okay. So at this particular velocity, we have a pressure map. Okay. That's it. But this thing doesn't tell us the whole picture, right? So what I did was I went ahead and actually mapped the pressure that I got from the flow analysis.
This looks like Jason's model.
Does it? I did not see Jason's model.
No, I'm just saying. It looks crazy.
It
looks like a madman created
It is. So what I did is, in a downstream analysis, I got the pressure values from an upstream analysis, which we just saw, and then mapped them as my pressure distribution map. And that's kind of the loading scenario I'm creating in this downstream simulation.
Yeah.
Get it?
Super cool.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So I basically went ahead and ran this. So let's take a look at some results. I'm gonna jump to. I'm gonna come back to the roof.
I want to
thing.
do this right now.
No,
I'm too
we'll have to
interested.
wait. We'll have to wait.
Ah.
All right. So this is the results. These are the results from the second
interesting.
downstream analysis, which is the pressure plot. Now you can. If I go ahead and plot, let's say, minimum and maximum values, or in this case, I don't really care about minimum values, but let's say maximum values, it tells me, okay, where's the location
It's
of
like
the
trying to bend around.
Yeah, it's right at that joint, right?
Because if I move this model a bit and zoom in,
You guys
here,
getting this? We're gonna need a little extra glue up in this corner.
Yeah, yeah. Uh-huh.
So
Sal, Luke?
Because we have this sharp corner, right, which actually supports the roof, and because the pressure is so high that it's trying to flex the roof.
Yeah, the roof around
and these are, well, to be honest, these are stress singularities.
Because there's a point there.
There's a point there.
Want a little fillet on there?
Yeah, if we run a fillet and then
Scratch the glue, guys. We need some sandpaper.
Yeah.
Mesh it really fine to basically get rid of any singularities. The pressure distribution or the stress distribution plot will look a bit uniform.
Right.
But that's kind of the idea here that okay, I run an upstream analysis, a flow analysis, and then based on how the flow behaves, I run a downstream structural analysis.
Great.
So look at it as a one-way fluid structure interaction. Stuff.
Right.
Okay. How about
a hailstorm?
A hailstorm.
I would love that.
Right.
We're still passing the test so far, right?
Well, I think so. Yeah, not too much. But then again, look, this is we are.
I mean, we could just say like, if there's a Category 4 hurricane coming, detach it from your concrete pier and bring it inside.
Will that be the easiest thing to do?
I don't
know. I'm sure I saw how you guys install it.
Build a box around it? I don't know. Well, all right. Anyways, hailstorm.
Hailstorm. Let's move on. Let's move on.
How are you going to simulate a hailstorm?
That
is the
a
question
very
I'm
good
asking
question.
myself right now, Andy.
Like that. You just drop rocks.
All right. So what I did is, and that's a very good question. So we obviously saw with the first two analyses, we had a flow analysis, we had a subsequent structural analysis. But what happens if you want to couple those? You want to understand based on your flow parameters, how does your structure perform? And then based on any structural deformation, how does your flow gets impacted?
Yeah.
So we have a technology on the 3D Experience platform called SPH, Smooth Particle Hydrodynamics.
Yep.
So what?
Say that again?
Smooth Particle Hydrodynamics.
Okay.
So what it lets you do is.
You didn't know about that?
You didn't either, right?
You know smooth particle hydrodynamics?
Okay,
Come on.
so what it does is it basically lets you model a fluid, but then it treats in such a way that the response you get or the studies you can set up can be looked at as a two-way fluid structure interaction.
Yeah. Oh,
So
you always
if-
want the two-way fluid structure.
So if what happens to the fluid doesn't matter to you, right? We always recommend using a two-way fluid structure interaction using SPH. So that's kind of the the simplest way to
simplest environment to get your results.
All right. So what I've done is using SPH particles, I've modeled.
Yeah, can you rotate this around a little? I want to understand what's going on here in 3D. All right, you made
So
an
it's-
array of a bunch of
yeah,
hail
it's basically
balls.
a grid of hails.
What diameter are those? It's pretty big. That's serious. Worst case scenario.
So
again.
these are all constant. I don't know the exact diameter on it, but I would probably assume 1/2 inch.
Yep.
Right? Because
Quarter size hail. You know they always like say like it's like the size of like they always pick a coin. I don't know. Quarter size hail, nickel size hail.
Could be that.
Anyways.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So what I've done is model those hails. It's basically a grid. So it's a meshed block. It's a discretized cube.
Yep.
Right, and then I have modeled each element using these particles.
Yeah.
And then I can basically model these assign
whatever material properties I want. In this case, obviously.
Very cool.
Just
So I
some
noticed
rough
the top of the birdhouse seems like it's not faring well.
Correct. So this is exactly at one of the impact points. Yeah.
Bad.
So what happens is these are falling from the sky at around 30 miles per hour.
Sure.
Not too crazy with similar to what our wind speeds were, like
Right,
130 now 30 miles per hour.
Yeah.
But if you notice, the structure doesn't really seem to be holding, that better. So maybe we need to think about changing our glue or changing our adhesives, which are probably more robust. Gives us a probably better bond.
But the good news is,
did you really listen to Andy earlier when he said Elmer's glue is what we're using?
Change the glue, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I
change
think
the glue?
the good news is these are saved out as DXFs. And if you do get a hailstorm that destroys them, you can always cut some more.
But
yes, so you're good.
So here's a good part, right? About 3D experience. Now, the 3D simulation in 3D experience is basically a Dassault Systems flagship product, right? The 3D experience platform is our flagship product, and we have simulation capabilities.
Yeah.
SolidWorks is Dassault Systems' product as well,
Yep.
right? Now, they talk to each other.
Sure.
So let's say you were to model the structure that is, let's say, failing at this point.
Right.
Redesign it.
Yep.
I spend like half a day setting up this model, setting up the simulation. I don't want to spend another half a day just starting the setup from scratch for every design revision, right?
Right.
So anytime you have a design revision, all I have to do is update my models.
Right. So we say hey, we'll make thicker wood, or what if we have more tabs?
Could be anything.
Yeah.
Right. So I can also have highly parameterized models as well. As soon as you change any parameter in SolidWorks or any of the
Super cool.
it updates automatically.
Well, I want to make sure that we get to Bruce because we are running out of time, and I need to know what's going to happen when Bruce kicks this soccer ball.
Exactly. So this is the last bit, right? Bruce, for some reason, is not happy about it. And,
it was able to survive a hurricane and a hailstorm, but can it survive Bruce's kick?
Hailstorm barely. Hailstorm barely.
Right.
But yes, it does show some deformation at this front face, the front plate.
It's wild.
If I zoom in a bit, right? So yeah, there is some deformation, but it doesn't fly off, or it doesn't break off or anything.
You know what's wild too? Can you zoom out just a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
This is the first time that people are probably understanding the scale of this thing. When we walked in,
I was just going to say.
Yeah, and I was going to say that. So I was having a word with Dan yesterday afternoon, and I basically exactly mentioned the same thing, that I did not realize the scale of this thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to put books in it, and children's books especially can be pretty big.
Large.
Yeah.
And but let me tell you that the size it is right now is a fraction of what
than Jason's.
Jason's
is like literally. It was a book house for Yao Ming, right?
Yeah.
For NBA fans, but yeah.
But yeah, as soon as I
it's like 7 foot tall.
Put
it was over
Bruce
7
next
feet
to it,
tall.
it basically gave me the whole idea.
Yeah.
All right, and again the soccer ball.
That's pretty cool seeing how the soccer ball develops.
Yeah,
see how
so
it
cool.
deforms.
And
right? I'm actually using a feature called fluid cavity. So it's model. So I'm also considering
it's the air inside the ball.
Air inside the ball. It's not like a rigid ball.
Cool. Yeah.
So I'm gonna wrap up real quick. I only have like a couple minutes worth of entire screen. Okay, I only have a couple minutes worth of content remaining.
PowerPoint, and it'll do it.
Yep.
Yeah, we're there. Oh my God, it's happening.
All right, the PowerPoint is working as well. All right, okay. So I showed you some examples, some capabilities of 3D experience platform, some of the high-end simulations that we can actually simulate using the platform, right? These are some additional examples when it comes to our structural applications, and not just on the structure side, but we also have amazing capabilities, powerful solvers on the flow side of things. When it comes to computational fluid dynamics. We have different turbulence models that we can choose from. We have great meshing capabilities, geometry preparation techniques. and so on. So I'm going to wrap this up. I know we're way past time. So just to give you a quick insight on some of the other simulation focused webinars we do.
Yep.
We do it on YouTube. We do it live on YouTube. So there are a couple series for all our users that we are running. The first of which is called ModSim, the 3D Experience Works.
Yep.
And the second one is getting started with simulation on the 3D Experience platform. Now, all you need to do is scan the QR code on your screen. And I'm going to hide this.
Hold on. There you go.
So scan the QR code on your screen. It will take you to a web page on solidworks.com, which will have all the information about all these webinars that we have been doing. So you can watch pre-recorded sessions, and then you can also register for the upcoming webinars.
So if you haven't had enough sim, you can scan that QR code for more.
Exactly.
Great.
All right. So that is pretty much it from my side.
Great. Fantastic. So we're still going to be able to show them the Jenica. So what we're going to do right now, guys, is what's really cool about this is the fact that we get to see everything that's being built, and we want you guys to see everything that's being built really quick. Last year, we actually had to wait like 6 months to a year to actually see what got built.
The year before that, we didn't even build anything. We just conceptualized.
Right. So in SLUGME 7, that amazing desk was built for Jenica, and seeing that come to life and then actually being delivered to Jenica was absolutely amazing. So we're going to show you guys a quick 6-minute video, and then after that, you get to see what's being built right here in the lab while we're watching.
The best part of the show. So for those that have stuck around, stick around for just a few more minutes.
I'm Dan Wagner, manage the SolidWorks User Group Network for Dassault Systems SolidWorks. We're in Indiana delivering a workstation to an amazing recipient, a really, really awesome young lady named Jenica. And this is a project that's been in the works for almost a year. Hey, Jenica.
Hello.
Hey. Today's the day. We are here. There's a yearly event that we have called SLUGME, which is the SolidWorks largest user group meeting ever. And last year's iteration, SLUGME 7, we decided let's partner with Magic Wheelchair and use our design tools to create a workstation, create something for someone in need. And for this particular project, we were hoping, can we expand a little bit, go outside of the bounds of what that template usually is, and maybe partner with someone a bit older who can participate in that design process. And Jenica was like the perfect pairing, the perfect partner really in that process.
I am Jenica Miller, third year electrical engineering student at Purdue Polytechnic. So I was going through one of the spinal muscular atrophy Facebook pages, and I came across a post by Magic Wheelchair stating that they were paired up with SolidWorks for SLUGME 7. So I commented on there, and then the director, she reached out to me and she put me in contact with Dan Wagner at SolidWorks, and we got started.
She's a huge Doctor Who fan. And the best part about that is she got to participate in the design process. She got to work with the team, work with our amazing design team to really custom design something to her preference, really to what she wanted.
I got the idea. I'm like, what if we took and turned the desk into a Doctor Who theme? We had multiple possibilities. You have all kinds of villains you could go after, many TARDIS designs. Possibilities were endless. And so I talked to the team about it, and they loved the idea. We did a bunch of concept pictures just from the show itself before we started doing some sketches, and we're like, this could really work with all the creative freedom we had with it, and really ended up loving the overall design and ideas we could have with Doctor Who. I provided hand-drawn sketches for the team, and then one of the other members, he would then do the 3D renderings with SolidWorks modeling software.
We got to go through the design process with Jenica, and again, she saw it in 3D, but the stretch goal was to get somebody to physically build this thing and physically create it. Luckily, Jeremy said yes. Jeremy said, you know what, this is a challenge I'm willing to take on. I think we ended up with the perfect partner, and Jeremy just really knocked it out of the park. It's an amazing creation.
I'm Jeremy Fielding, and I design and build all kinds of
crazy contraptions and things. Today we're here to give the desk to Jenica, this project that we've been working on for months and months now. So very excited about this delivery. So we had the dowlicks being incorporated into the feet, and then the internal structures that we see in the TARDIS is how we built the back end of it. At the end of the day, it's an amazing desk with a big canopy that has a great Doctor Who theme.
So for me, like, we've all seen those shows of like move that bus and see a moment where either a room or a house or a design is revealed, and it really did feel like that. We got to experience it and see it really kind of through her eyes. We were right there with her and just kind of seeing her reaction to it, because she has seen it in 3D. She's seen it in SolidWorks.
Oh, that is awesome. I like it. That's awesome.
What do you think?
I love it.
You love it?
I do.
One of the things I wanted to point out is that these do break away. So that's by design. They got magnets underneath, and so if you ever hit them, it's no big deal. You can just pop them back on. I'm excited about it. This is my first time seeing it too, actually, with all the paper off, and it's like completely ready to go.
Especially the lights you showed me that dim. Those are so helpful with soldering.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah.
So helpful.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
It's also crazy to think about how many people were involved in this over the last year. Like, from folks here at SolidWorks to Jeremy, of course, to Magic Wheelchair, to you guys, like, just so many people involved, which is really cool. Had a couple messages from a couple of them here.
I really enjoyed my time working, directly with Jenica.
It's easily one of the coolest projects that I've ever been part of, and I was just along for the ride.
I had the best time working with you specifically on this design. I thought it was so special that you were a key designer and a key participant in designing this amazing desk.
I knew it'd be great the minute you said that you wanted a dog treat dispenser built in.
And I love knowing that this is an area that Jenica is going to be able to unleash her creativity at. This is where she's going to be able to build and design a better future.
Stay in touch, Jenica. Much love. Sorry I couldn't be there today.
Jenica, thank you for doing this with us, sticking with us through this whole process.
Yeah.
And it's just, I cannot believe this thing physically exists in life. Like, we saw a 3D model of it, right? But like seeing it sitting here in your room is so different. It's so awesome.
I absolutely love it. With how I incorporated at the face, we have the Dalek design, the ultimate enemy. Then the top, it resembles a good portion of what the command center of the TARDIS looks like itself. Great combination of both the designs, and overall love it.
That was what this was all about, right? To experience her coming into the room. I could feel my heart rate going up. That's what made it all worth doing this.
I'm gonna say welcome back.
Yeah.
2, 1.
What's up? Welcome back to the 3D Experience Lab. We are here live using things called hands and creative minds. I'm here with Sal Lama, and he's going to walk us through what we got going on to make the most whimsical book house ever created.
There's a lot of whimsy going on.
Yeah.
So as you heard Jordan and Andy talk about, we're building 3 unique builds. And what we've got here is a sort of an example of the builds I'm starting over. Well, I don't know why you waved your hands. Okay. So obviously in the real world, thank you, Jason.
Yeah,
in the real
balance
world,
it out.
these would be posts in the ground.
That's a post.
In the Fab Lab, we had to build this little platform so that we can get the posts to stand things up. So we built 3 different designs because we wanted to make sure it was approachable for different levels of makers, right? So we built this all wooden one. There was actually a video we released last week where we actually showed how to build this. So if you want to build something like this, you can check out that video. And you'll
Our
see
next make
on
YouTube.
Yeah.
Big fan.
But you'll see some other amazing, very organic, very Hollywood style makes for the bases. So we've got this, and then the boxes themselves, they're the libraries themselves. We're going to put up here, Jason.
Yeah.
The boxes themselves, or the libraries themselves, are just really just fancy boxes, and we tried to keep the construction simple, and we use pocket screws. So CNC was used in some of this creation, but of course you could build this with circular saws, jigsaws, and what have you. And we use pocket screws here because they're very approachable to a new maker. and they're very easy to use, and they create a strong bond for
And
plywood.
Sal, they have nothing to do with pockets, like
No,
in clothing.
Correct. You
Yeah.
can put the screws in your pocket
Yeah.
for convenience, but
Yeah,
that's
got
about it. So we've got some very nicely tolerant CNC cut doors here that you'll see some more awesome work with later. You like that? That's how they work. Thank you for showing that. But I thought I'd put you to work, Jason.
Yeah.
I thought I'd put you to work.
Yeah.
Let's slide this thing out of the way, and we've got another model that's a little bit further along. Let's lift it up from behind here.
Okay.
All right.
Further along.
Further along.
Grab
It's
it
like
from
that
here.
cooking show you like
Yeah,
to watch on the
I do.
weekends.
That's it.
So as you can see, this one's a little bit further along. We've got the roof installed. There's actually a center divider wall because there's doors on the front as well as on the back. And I thought we'd start to add some trim because a lot of the thing that makes these things look amazing is all the detail that we add.
Okay.
And this is just phase one. We're going to do paint and
Yeah.
texture. But let's actually install some of the trim here. And I saw you, I know you're an expert metal worker.
Yeah, I don't know what these are,
Right.
but they look really fun.
I saw you eyeing me watching me use them over the weekend. So I got you a gift.
Cool.
Safety first.
Oh,
All right.
thank you, Sal. This is great. You should know. Perfect.
My favorite part of working with wood is that sort of tactile experience of feeling the wood in your hands, using the tools, the sounds they make. Yeah, you're safe
Works.
now.
Yeah,
I'm
feel
safe.
good, feel good.
Let's grab this trim here. We got them in here. Can you reach in there and grab?
Yeah, I
this
got
trim?
them. Got them.
Okay.
Trim pieces. Trim pieces.
Trim pieces. All right. We want to use that one there.
Okay.
And we're just going to do wood glue. We're using Type Bond 3 because that is a waterproof glue. These things will hopefully live a long time outdoors, and we want to keep them protected from the elements. So a quick bead of glue. And if you can help me line this up, Jason, because I can't see from the front there.
There you go. Yep.
All right.
Oh, she's flush.
Love it. Okay.
Send
so
it.
I'm going to hold this. Yeah. So we've got a pin nailer. We're going to use that later.
Okay.
And we've got a brad
It was a
nailer.
50-50 shot.
Yeah,
Sal.
I mean,
I'm like, there's two big yellow
I
tools
figured
here.
I'd set you up.
It's going to be one of them.
So when we use a brad nailer, we're going to watch our fingers.
Yeah.
Right? This is battery powered, so it spins up when.
I got a really silly question.
Yes, sir.
Where is the keyboard?
I think Andy's keeping it warm.
Okay.
But there's no keyboards here.
I know. It's real life, man. It's like crazy.
All right. So
wood.
So did you see how I used it?
That was a bad
Do you
joke.
feel-
I'm
do you
sorry.
feel- do you
I
feel-
apologize.
Do you
I
feel
had to get
capable?
it in. Yeah.
All right,
I'm
so
totally capable.
All right. So let's get a couple more nails in there.
Okay.
I'm gonna let you do
Swivel.
that. Yeah. Go ahead. Okay. I already nailed there. Oh, speed nailing. That was-
Everything's super fast. So.
All right. Yeah. Well.
Yeah. We can sand it later.
So let's do a pro tip and slow it down for
My
a second.
motto in life.
So what's because you haven't used one of these before. You did a great job.
Yeah, yeah.
The nails on these are actually little wedges like this, right? So when the nail comes out, if it hits something in the wood, because it's wedge shaped, it will bend that way or that way. If it hits something, it'll just deflect.
So you want to take your time and square up to the board.
Yes, that's important. But you came at the board this way, right?
don't know. It happens so fast.
I know it happens so fast. If you nail this way and it hits something, it's going to potentially come out the front and you'll ruin your project. So when you're nailing with a nail like this, you want to keep in mind, if I nail this way, if I hit something, it'll come up or down and likely stay inside the wood and not shoot outward.
So
Does that
many
make
words.
sense?
Yeah.
That's a lot of words.
Lots of words.
All
Put
right.
together.
Well, you're doing great.
Wait, were you talking to me?
Let's spin this around. So one of the other details on here, we want to make this look like a house. And I think you saw in the model, we're going to have some stonework down here.
Beautiful.
And up here, we're going to have sort of clapboards.
Clapboards, like siding.
Like siding. So
Okay.
I made this little piece right here that we can use as sort of an initial spacer because you want to kick that bottom one out. We're going to have a shingling effect, right? So this bottom one needs something to kick it out, and then we're going to place this guy on top.
Okay.
Like that, and then it'll shingle up. All right. So
Shingle it up.
why don't we do that real fast? We're going to get some glue on there because again, we want this
Glue.
thing to last forever.
All right.
I'll do the first bead. You do the next.
Sure.
Nice and fast.
I can do that.
I know you can.
Okay.
All right. Once you get glue on there, right along the top edge.
This real life stuff is crazy, Sal.
It's kind of like how we live. So
I've been stuck in the virtual world for too long.
So this pin nailer does not have a push safety.
Okay.
All right. It has a double trigger safety. So this is one of these. If you're just willy-nilly going fast,
yeah,
you can hurt yourself.
No willy, no nilly. Check. Check.
This first one is the safety, and you hold that down, and then the second one is the pull. Okay.
1911 actually. Got it.
Yeah. One more thing.
Yep.
This is 1/2 inch material and 1/8 inch, and we got 3/4 inch pins. So they will stick to the backside.
Spiky.
I want you to hit them at an angle so that we're staying inside the thickness. You got this?
Possibly.
I know.
All right.
I want to keep giving words to you.
All right, here. Words are good.
Boom. Across the top. Every 7.6 centimeters.
Okay.
And that's it. One more. All right. Now we're not gonna let ask people to watch us do
because the next one is going to go on.
It's just gonna
You're going to space it, and you're going to have that effective sighting.
I want to know. I made a spacer for you.
Oh, you did.
I did, and it even has your name on it. I made it for you. Well,
you know what? I might turn this into a necklace and wear it every day.
I can drill the hole for you.
Yeah.
So, but just like you would do if you were doing
maybe I'll get better at
siding
SolidWorks.
a house. Yes.
It might help me.
If you were siding a home, you would want a spacer, and you would put your spacer there, and that would keep a nice reveal on all of your classes.
All the way up.
Yeah.
Love it.
All right. Last thing, because you're about to go to somewhere awesome.
Okay.
And the library is going to have these awesome doors. If you paid attention during the CAD section, there was some sort of beautiful stained glass artwork right on the doors. Yeah. So these doors, again, they'll hinge on the side here. I've got this stop that's been glued in already. So when the hinges close, it'll have a positive stop. We'll have a little doorknob. We'll see more of that a little bit later. But I think what you should do now is go check out how Chin Lu is creating the awesome stained glass.
Cool.
Yeah?
Yeah.
All right.
Perfect.
Cool. All right.
I will do it. Thanks.
I'll keep the tools safe.
Awesome.
Thanks,
It's a nice place you got here.
Oh, yeah.
I like
and
it.
You're welcome anytime.
I'm going to come back. Okay. I really am. All right, Chin Lu, we're coming for you. Okay, so that was pretty intense, right? But I got a good feeling that this is going to be, she's going to outdo him, which is cool because we're only going up from here. Okay, Chin Lu?
Yes, hi.
We're here. Say hello to the internet.
Hey, everyone in the interwebs. How are you?
Good.
Welcome to my abode.
Sweet. What is happening here?
So
what is that?
Yes.
What is this? There's so much going on here.
So
it's overload time.
You just got to see the cool house that you and Sal are making, and you were trying to put on a door. So actually what I'm doing here is creating the stained glass that goes into that frame that you guys were trying to hinge together. So here we're trying a couple of methods to create these awesome artwork. By the way, it was designed in SolidWorks by Andy. And
Andy Barnes?
Andy Barnes. We did pick on him on a few of the legs. It's not really completely round, but those eyes and everything. We went for a spooky theme, and there's also a sunshiny, nice bird theme.
Awesome.
And the way these things were made were multiple pieces of acrylic. And this giant machine next to me is the laser cutter. So what we did was we actually created these main leading kind of design that allows you to separate all of the color pieces that go into the full picture. And then afterwards, we would choose different kinds of colored acrylic and cut out the pieces that would actually go in there. So using the same DXF file, we're able to cut both the leading piece as well as the little mini pieces, baby pieces.
Sure, baby pieces. That's technically sound. They do refer to that in the stained glass industry as baby pieces, for sure.
Yes.
That is awesome.
I don't know if you can see this, but inside we had just finished cutting the creepy pumpkin version. So you can actually see that this is what it would look like coming out of the laser cutter. There's actually a protective paper to prevent the laser from affecting the edges of all of the cuts. You can always peel it off once you're ready to assemble it. And here's the assembled version of the awesome pumpkin design.
Wow.
That's
So
gonna be
many. How many pieces is that? That's like 100.
A lot.
It's like 100 pieces.
I had help.
Yeah.
This is not all me.
That's so
and
cool.
This is great. So I mentioned that there's multiple ways of doing this. If you aren't as fortunate as we are now with the laser cutter, there's actually other ways to create these cool art pieces. One of the ways that I was exploring was actually using a vinyl cutter. So if you guys are ever, vinyl cutters are like $100 or $200 versus these machines are quite expensive. So you're able to do the same logic get all of the leading parts cut out of vinyl. You apply it to a piece of acrylic that you've pre-cut. Then you can go ahead and actually paint just regular paint,
that's
acrylic
awesome.
paint on, and you can actually get that same effect.
I like this a little better because it's got the hand brushing in it, and it's
Yeah.
like it brings that human element into it. It's so cool.
So would you like to help
So
me
yeah,
paint one?
vinyl cutter.
Yes,
Oh,
here's one that I vinyl cut ahead of time, and we're gonna try to paint the little bird.
we're painting birds.
We're painting birds.
Love
So
it. Love
here
it.
you go.
Right, yeah, I
I
used
got
to
some
paint
cool
quite a bit.
colors. Help yourself.
Oh, purple, yellow. Okay, so I paint this side.
Yes, the side that is where the vinyl is. So to make this work, and as Jason mentioned before, you could see those cool, nice brush strokes. That's happening because we're using a thing called, I think it's Liquitex, but basically it's acrylic medium. It's what you can add to acrylic
Comes right out of
paint.
clothing, right? Is this how you clean brushes?
You're making
This is how I
piece of
clean
artwork
brushes.
on
Yeah.
yes,
All right,
exactly.
so we're going bluebird.
So make sure you get a little bit of this white looking. Basically, this is a medium that softens the color of the acrylic. It prevents it from drying up too quickly, so it can stay there and you can kind of build up the texture. It also waters it down kind of so that it becomes more translucent. So that's what we're using to kind of create this.
I don't have to stay in the lines because,
exactly,
like magic, it's the other side that you see.
exactly.
What?
And you can even mix colors. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, a little purple
Mix
hit.
colors
Look at
together.
that. That's so cool. I want some blue. I'm gonna blue them up here.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
a bluebird.
Yeah, I'm gonna come back and do this. This is amazing.
So as you're painting, I'm going to talk a bit about other stuff we did with the laser cutter. I think what you saw in the 3D model was some birdhouses on top of the giant book house. And because it is not as structurally robust as the book houses, we wanted to cut it out of a 1/4-inch plywood. So we actually broke everything down, and I mean Jordan, had taken all the shapes down, created these finger joints. And what I did actually from his model was when I took the DXF, I had laid all of them down and removed one of the edge so that they shared a single joint. This is not just to ensure that I have a perfect joint at the end, but also to reduce the amount of time it takes to laser cut. It takes a long time and lots of energy, and also ruins the media or the material you're using. If you can get things tightly nested together, you won't be wasting as much material. So by sharing an edge, when it's done, I can actually ensure that when I come back, if I can actually do this properly, it will fit in a very snug way. The curve of a laser is really tight. So these, after assembled, can I?
Yeah, do
switch
it.
over?
Yeah. Don't
You
mind
get
me, I'm
something
just
like this,
coloring.
which would actually be a gable that goes onto the roof when we're ready for it.
Sweet. Well, we got a lot of whimsical going on over here,
Yes.
and that's what we need on this.
Nice.
We are straight whimsical, and I only painted the wrong side once, Chinlu, and I wiped it clean. I was like, because it gets confusing, you know. You're sitting here, you're painting like, oh, this is a great time, and then you look at this side, and you're like, I want to color that one.
Yeah.
But this is my kind of painting because you can do it really fast and have
Yes.
fun with it, and
And if you make a mistake, you just kind of scrape it off with your nails.
just bring it on in.
Yes.
Love it, love it. So yeah, just another 6 hours on this, and that'll be good.
You could also get other people in your family to help you out.
Yeah. Yes.
Or your friends.
Yeah, my kids would love this.
Yeah.
Look how cool that looks. You're right, because you don't need
Yes.
a crazy awesome, which is very helpful, laser. You can do it out of acrylic with the vinyl cutter. Or if you didn't have vinyl cutter, you could use tape.
Oh yes.
You could order like black tape that's thin and just start banging
Electrical
it out.
tape would
Yeah.
work too.
You could cut electrical tape. You're right. What?
Yeah.
Crazy cool. Look how cool it looks in the light.
Yep.
Yeah. So that's awesome. I love
So
the
this
glitter.
is going. We have a spooky one going on, and then we also have a happy bird one going on. So
Well, the birds, it's all
The
about the birds that
right,
built the whimsicalness.
exactly.
All right, cool.
Thank
All right,
you.
awesome.
Thank you for visiting.
Yeah, good luck. Okay, on to the next. I think his name is Kirby Downey, and I'm pretty sure he's from a place far, far away, and it's magical, and it's called the Magic Kingdom. Right, Kirby? From the Magic Kingdom?
It's the United Kingdom.
Wait. But no, people slang it's the Magic Kingdom.
No, that's Disney.
Okay. Well, Kirby's from Disney. And we're just going to rewrite your entire history of your existence, okay?
Yeah, we'll go for
Magic
it. Go
Kingdom.
for it. I'm a
All right.
princess now.
United Kingdom came all the way here to make fake rocks, everyone.
Yes.
Just for SLUGME 8.
Yes,
right?
pretend rocks.
Fake pretend rocks, because we couldn't find any here because we're in the Northeast and it's just littered with rocks.
Oh.
But take us away. Take us away. I want to go on this journey. I've been here 48 hours straight with you guys, and I've been soaking this up like a dirty, old, dry, pathetic sponge.
That's great.
Okay. How many questions have I asked you?
You've been learning a lot, but
How many
it's
questions
fantastic.
have I asked you?
A lot.
Okay.
But you've been learning. Every day's a school day.
What do you like about me the best?
Your energy.
Let's make this about me. Okay.
Anything excites you.
Let's pivot.
I can show you
Got
a
it.
rock and you get excited.
Dude, this is really cool. All right, so take us through. Take us through.
Okay.
What's going on? How did you start? I mean, this is like sensory overload for me.
So I started with your model.
Yeah, sweet. X shape.
A good one.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, see? Kirby likes me. Andy and Jordan
And
hate me. That's okay. I'm good with that.
I took all the rocks that you made in X shape and cut them in half so we can get a flat face.
Okay.
That's why we're printing the rocks instead of using rocks from outside, because rocks outside don't
They're
have
heavy.
a flat face, and we need to stick this onto a flat surface.
Beautiful.
So, I can print a bunch of these rocks.
So this is a print right here?
Yeah. So this is a 3D print.
What's
So
it? What's the material?
That's a nylon. And
Nylon.
That's printed on a industrial grade EOS SLS machine at
Okay.
work.
I mean, that's super smooth.
Yeah. So that's done by the company that I work for, 3D Print UK.
It's really smooth.
And just been polished.
I like it. Yeah. Like
And
it a lot.
that's
Here,
that's
you want it back?
fantastic for molding
Cool.
because no real layer lines or anything. But I could print a ton of these,
Hmm.
or I can print a handful of these and mold a ton of these.
Which could you do faster?
This process for
Mold.
this to get this out of the machine is about 48 hours.
Oh boy.
This is 10
Oh
minutes.
boy, that's a long time. That's
Yeah.
2 days in my book.
Exactly.
It's not much of a book. It's more like a magazine. But yeah. So
Exactly.
48 hours. How long does this take to set up? Like once you got the mold? Or
10 minutes. Well, the mold we got to do first. We did the molds yesterday. We can show the footage of that.
Yeah. We got
Where
footage
we
of the mold.
were
There it is.
preparing the mold
Oh yeah,
boxes.
cool. Oh yeah, hot glue gun. There it is.
Putting everything down, mixing the silicone over there, which is a 1-to-1 mix ratio.
Or you're weighing it on a scale.
Yeah, I mean it's a 1-to-1 mix ratio. So if you put 200 grams worth of the one part A and 200 grams
Little
of part B,
Breaking Bad action going on.
50-50. And
Got it. Jesse
with this
Pinkman.
mold,
Call you Pinkman.
with this mold, you helped me out with this one.
Yeah.
We basically painted the silicone on to make sure that we could seal the edge of the cardboard.
Got it.
And that. And people think you need a crazy mold box. This is a cardboard box.
Yeah, I have those
Yeah,
at my house.
exactly. Everybody.
A place called Amazon
Yeah.
drops off a whole bunch of them all the time.
You order
Half
from
the time I
Amazon.
just break boxes down.
Exactly. But you can use them to make molds. Bit of hot glue, and then you hot glue your parts down so they don't float, and paint the inside just to get your details. And then once that's all set,
oh god,
this is a fast.
This is where you make the rubber stuff.
Yeah.
So you take this, you pour the rubber stuff on it.
Yes.
Flip it over, break it out when it dries. How long does that take to dry?
For this
I
specific
got a lot
silicone,
of questions. don't I?
go for it.
It's okay,
Fire
sorry.
away. It's a user group meeting. We're here to learn from each other.
Yeah, I've learned a lot.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So this specific silicone that we're using, it's about a 30-minute set time. You get others that take up to 24 hours, so it depends on your application.
Right.
Depends how much time you have. Because of this whole scenario, we need fast-setting stuff.
Yeah.
So
I
mean,
like fast.
yeah,
Fast is good.
So, I mean, these are some rocks that I made earlier. We'll chuck them in the rocks box.
Oh, they look wet. They're not wet?
No, this was, while you were talking to each other.
Oh my
we were
god,
up
it's
all
a
these.
giant ice cube tray.
I know,
You're
right?
making ice cube trays.
I know,
Have you ever
right?
made custom ice cube trays?
I have. I tried and failed miserably.
Dude, that's a great idea. I'm gonna model my face and make ice cream.
That was
or with ice cubes out of my face. Make my kid. Yeah. Anyways, here we go.
We're gonna mix some resin for this, but we're gonna put some color in as well.
We're gonna mix resin.
Yes.
Okay.
So when this resin does set, it's white. We need gray rocks.
Oh yeah, because we don't want to paint rocks. Who paints rocks?
Exactly.
Right? It's not something you want to
Let's
do.
do it the easy way, and this is going to be our measuring stick.
Okay, so you're gonna dye the resin
Yes.
a gray.
Yeah.
Okay.
So similar to the silicone, we're going to weigh it out.
tear means clear.
Yeah, clear it off to 0.
Okay.
So that, we're starting at 0. I'm going to pour about 50 grams worth of...
Grams?
Yeah, metric.
Not familiar.
Oh,
Graham crackers, delicious with milk. Love
Yeah,
them.
a metric system does
Metric
wonders.
system. Yeah, I don't even know what it is.
The only thing about the Imperial that I like is the name. It's very Star Wars like. You haven't seen us, I
Yeah.
don't think.
Nope. Once,
you-
I've seen commercials and stuff for it.
You should hang out with us more
I
often.
went to Disney and walked through the Star Wars thing. I was completely confused, but it was really cool.
That didn't inspire you?
I was inspired.
I mean,
that's why
most
I'm
of the
here.
stuff in that
Yeah.
place is made using the exact same techniques that we're using.
Okay.
So that's our dye. We don't need a lot of it.
Put
so
a lot in it. Let's get crazy. Or you're putting a drop in. Look at
literally,
this.
let's go a bit more.
Literally one drop.
Just that's what we'll really need. Put that into the part A.
Part A.
Yeah, we'll mix it around.
Which one was A? Are they labeled?
They are.
Oh,
labeled.
that's look B. So now you need the B.
Yeah, it's put a lot in these. We don't want to spill them or anything. So we've teared that back to 0. So I'm going to put the exact same amount of part B in as I did as part A.
Okay.
Which is about 53 grams. I went a little bit over. So
This is great. You got a good pour, good form. Good form in that pour.
I went a little bit over. We
Yeah, you
won't
did.
tell Luke.
Yeah, don't tell Luke.
So we just got to get that all mixed up real nice and
Okay.
How
How
stir
long
it
do you
up.
stir that for?
So with this, we got a 2-minute pot life, which means we got 2 minutes to pour this.
So if you just walked away right now, went and got a drink and came back, that stick would just be stuck in
Yeah.
there forever.
Yep, and that would be a waste of material.
It's kind of fun though.
I'll let you pour that.
I like the idea of just putting stuff in there and then walking away.
Come on, TikTok.
Okay, yeah, sorry. Where am I going? What am I doing?
Any rock. Flip
Any
them up.
rock?
Yeah.
Oh man, there's so many. I don't know which one I like the most.
Just got.
I like this one.
Go on. Go on.
I don't know. It's just
Go
so.
on.
It's just there's just so much pressure here. Okay, I can do it. I can do it.
There we go.
One rock. Wow, those are black rocks. Those are nice.
So the interesting thing is when this cools, it turns white. Mixed with that that black that we put in, it's actually going to make it gray.
Oh, there's going to be a color change?
Yes.
I love color changes. My kid's got a cup that color changes with the temperature.
It's basically the same thing. It's a thermo.
Cool.
Oh, what's the word, Luke? Exothermic reaction.
Oh, I had an exothermic reaction the other night.
So that's going to take a little bit of time to
cure.
But in the meantime, we're going to break out a mold that I made earlier. So we need
Got all sorts of stuff going on here,
We
man.
need
This is like a
doorknobs.
magical table. This is a very majestic,
It's very
magical, whimsical
Yes.
table. Yeah,
That's the one. So we need doorknobs.
it's cool stuff. That's awesome.
Yeah, we needed to make our own custom doorknobs for this custom built
Love it.
tree that we're building.
Love it.
So Luke designed that all in SolidWorks, and we're going to cast it. The difference is, you print that, you can't embed a screw in without any kind of fancy tools. So as that was cooling, I just stood there for a couple of minutes holding a screw, and that actually set into the resin.
Okay.
So that means that
When are these cool?
Oh, you'll see them. They're going to change color in a few minutes, and
I love things that change.
This is
color.
a distraction
Yeah.
while that happens because I know.
Yep. Let's get rid of that.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah.
So all you got to do is pull it apart. Let's open up that mold.
Okay. Are we
Yeah,
reusing this mold?
Yeah. So you just got to split it. I've already done the cuts. Come on. There we go. There we go. Let's get it out.
Magic. Oh my goodness.
And there's our doorknob.
Oh, that's ridiculously cool.
So we just need to clean up these edges a little bit.
Yeah, hit that. Just sand that off. Break it
yeah.
off. Oh yeah, it breaks right off.
We'll deburr it and all that.
Hood on the sander. Now you
Yep.
have
And if you look now, they're starting to
your
change color.
screw set. Oh yeah, that is crazy, dude. It looks like a jellyfish, right?
I know. So that's the exothermic reaction.
They
That's the
look so
chemical
pretty
reaction.
until you touch them.
It's quite hot.
Yeah.
And that's how they go from that darker black to that gray color.
Wow, this is amazing. So this was modeled up, printed out, made a cast.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the reason why we cast
Made a
these
mold.
instead of printing it is just so we can make more and more and
Dumped
more. Do
resin.
different colors, do different things.
You held the screw in.
Like exactly. We're doing a furnace as well,
Yeah.
which I've got over there. Also another printed part that we did.
So the furnace goes on the side of the bookhouse.
Yes.
That the birds built, the blue birds, Cinderella's birds, right?
But this was a technique used slush casting, so because we don't want a massive block of resin.
Right.
You know, we obviously we rotate the mold around like that, so we get an even thickness on this, and then we would trim away all these burrs over here, so we can actually stick it flat onto there.
So you took a 3D print and then put some sort of release agent on it, and then poured it.
No release agent.
No release agent.
With your resin 3D printing, because we're mixing with other kind of resins.
Yeah.
You want a release agent or you want a primer.
Yeah, it's cool. It's cool to say
with
release agent. That's the only thing I ever heard anyone say about mold making. So
But,
cool.
Yeah, these are all the bits that we've made for the house that's been replicated. And I think now is a good time to take these rocks to Luke to start putting them on the tree.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's do it. We need nothing else here. We're going to see Luke.
We'll let those sit for a little bit longer.
Okay.
We'll come collect them.
Does Luke know we're coming? Luke?
He does.
You ready to get whimsical, man? Let's
You need a
get
microphone.
whimsical.
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 Handover. I love it.
Well, this has been an incredible journey. Okay. So
has.
take us through how did you even get started on doing this tree trunk? All right. So this is the book house, right?
Yep. This is your design.
Is that what you want to take? Dude, it's amazing.
Yeah.
It's like scary cool to look at this thing in reality, because it's like I'm used to it being like in SolidWorks, spinning it around, and now it's like in real life being able to, still spin it around. So take us through it. Take us through like.
Okay, so there's a lot of hidden depth in this in terms of its making that we've seen over the past 2 days.
Yeah.
There's only so much you can do live in a short window, so we've had to kind of accelerate some things too. So we've actually got a little bit of footage of what this looked like before, so we can kind of bring that in at some point in the next minute or so. So we can see this is the foam construct. So we're gonna look at this one.
This
wasn't
one right
quite
here.
the one I meant, but it's okay. We can work with it.
Yep.
So this foam tree was basically constructed with foam spray and wire, and basically it started life as just a basic wooden post in here, top to bottom, just a 4x4 post. This is probably the most accessible in terms of like maker manufacturing, because all you need really is chop saws and goodwill and some wire gloves. So basically we started with the post, and we basically made some cardboard forms. So you would have seen earlier, Andy and Jordan kind of made like a second variant of the tree,
right?
Because we wanted something that was straight and easy to make. So they basically did us like a modified straight up and down tree, and we basically then shaped with wire. So we made like a cardboard profile, and we packed all the space and void with paper,
right?
And basically made wire mesh. So all of this is just a wire mesh form, and then we get strips. Can you pass me some of that burlap over there?
Yeah, it's my favorite stuff.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and there's a rock there, Sal. Could you pass that rock?
Oh, the truth.
The truth window. I didn't even know this was a thing.
So
you can look in here, and this kind of shows the construction. It's super janky, I think is a good term.
Yeah.
But basically, you've just got the wire mesh, which is your outer shape. Then we apply a urethane spray foam onto that, and basically that gives you like a hard base. And from that, you can cover it in burlap. This is just the cheapest fabric that you can get en masse.
Right
just
here.
This stuff here.
Turns out I'm really, really good at
Cutting.
burlap.
Yeah, you are the burlap
cutting
king.
and placing
Yeah.
burlap spray. Spray
Exactly.
glue.
I was expecting to come in today.
There was a
see
lot
burlap
of spray glue last night.
There was a lot of spray
through like
glue.
what 4 or 5 cans of spray adhesive.
Yeah, easily.
It's really good for the lungs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you spray that on, and you kind of just tack it on to the wire foam and the foam. So it basically it's one of those things you have to trust the process. And the only bad tree that you make is the one you don't make. So I think you just got to make it and keep going.
Just keep going.
Yeah, this is by no means perfect, but you just keep making them. So the real secret magic that goes on top of this is something called Jesmonite, which everybody here I think became really enamored with and loved playing with.
Yeah.
A lot of people hadn't had a chance to use it yet. So we're actually going to mix up a little bit of Jesmonite today. And we're going to paint on that rock just so you guys can see how it goes.
Cool.
The easiest thing I can say to imagine what it is like plaster of Paris and PVA glue. So it's like a powdery substance mixed with a binder. And basically the benefit of this, it's a pro material, and within 40 minutes it's rock hard. And everybody saw it last night. Nobody believed this was going to set up, and It's rock hard. It's, you know,
it's like a surfboard.
It is, and
like,
it's really good. It's light and it's not so cheap. There is a really great budget version for makers out there who are doing their own thing. If you want to look on YouTube, it's called Monsters Mud. It's basically thin set plaster that you can get at Home Depot. I guess is the American.
Sure.
We have B&Q in the UK.
Yeah.
You guys have Home Depot.
Yeah.
So you can go there, buy some of that, buy some external latex paint and mix it up. It'll do pretty much the same thing as this, but it takes like 8 to 10 hours to cure. We didn't have that luxury.
No, this,
so
this cured
we
fast.
went for the pure, we went for the pro material.
Yeah.
And so the other great thing is because it cures a bit faster, we, as you saw, we could like scrape in some of this nice texture while it cures.
The detail's amazing.
And build it up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's crazy. Like this doesn't look like much because it's black. So what we're gonna do is a bit of dry brushing. But I think we should do a bit of Jesmonite first.
Okay.
Let's do that, and then let's go to painting, and then
Awesome.
people can see. So you
We're
want
gonna
to
do it. Hey, let's do it right now.
Let's glove you
I'm
up
down.
first. We've got that lovely Kirby here with some
Thanks,
gloves.
Kirby. Sweet. Yeah, so
do
to
it.
be honest, Luke, I doubted you like several times yesterday.
I doubted me.
I was
several
like, I
times.
don't
It's
know.
okay.
You got chicken wire wrapped around cardboard,
Yep,
and
yep.
you got the great stuff you're spraying in all the gaps. I'm like, I don't know about this, guys. And then the
Yes.
burlap sacks.
Yes, I mean, I tell my.
And I'm like, you got burlap
you-
sacks. It looks like a mummy tree.
Yes,
you
it
know.
does, but you have to trust it.
Then came
the change.
Jesmonite.
The change.
Jasmonite, boom, changed my life.
It's
right?
it's a wonder material. So
Yeah.
I think we might actually borrow Sal's lovely table that I'm sure he doesn't want to lend us, but we're gonna borrow it anyway.
Okay.
Because we need a little bit of Jesmonite space.
Is this the table?
Yeah, this is the table. Let's take it.
Okay.
To make a space we can make.
Yep.
I'm gonna shift these off here. Kirby, do you want to come put the card over here? And we're gonna get some Jesmonite on the go.
You got your drill paddle?
Sure. He says. Anybody seen the paddle? I can hand mix it. It's okay.
Okay.
I can hand mix.
Yeah, drill paddles, MIA.
It is. We'll hand mix.
What?
Okay.
So it's a powder.
It's a powder base. So I'll show it to the camera. Can I grab some scales, please, somebody? So we've got this powder base here. Like I said, it's a lot like plaster of Paris. It's really easy to mix and use. And it's basically 2.5 parts of the powder to 1 part of this. So this is the base that we're using, Jesmonite AC100. Yeah, let's go for it.
Shit.
You want to come around, Jason? Do you want to?
Yeah, I'm coming. I just
Yes, please.
Thanks.
Oh, you're a genius.
Purple one's got me going.
We have a mixing paddle, Jason.
Perfect.
Power tools are always more fun.
Yeah.
And we need our rock, Kirby. The burlap one. The burlap.
So
one.
were you the guy that decided like, hey, let's build a book house? You came up with book house after looking at my birdhouse.
I think I
but
came
then
into the project when you guys were like concepting through, and you're like, we're going to build this
pretty
thing,
sure.
and I think I called it a book house.
Yeah.
And everyone was offended.
I
'cause
love
one
it.
of the
That's
two.
what it is. It's a house that
Yeah.
books live in, so it's a book house.
Yeah.
But weren't you the guy that was like, hey, how about we make 3 of these?
Yes. So in my mind, I
So
think
1,
it
2,
made,
3.
it made
Book
sense
houses everywhere.
because like each different, like people have got different tool access. Not everybody's got the same things at home. Not everybody has a 10 to 40,000 pound CNC machine to cut pieces of wood. It's lovely
Right.
if you do, but you don't want to discourage people from making. I think everybody can.
So yeah, one was like the wood block on that one.
Yeah,
was
that's the
routed up,
crazy
CNC,
pro CNC.
And this was the
That's
chicken
the boom
wire,
DIY. And
burlap
then we've got
sack,
Sal's like really
beautiful
like
pedestal.
traditional quality woodworking. And everybody to their own skills. You make what works for you. So anyway, let's get this mixed up.
Perfect.
So take the cup. We're gonna tear out the scale. And you're gonna give me 250. So this is 2.5 to a 1 ratio. If you're doing this yourself, just read the ratios on the equipment. It's always different for everyone. And yeah, just go ahead.
Just 250.
Yeah, 250 because it's easy math, and I'm all for easy math.
Yeah, I don't do math. I usually skip math.
248. That's good. I think
Yeah.
you don't need
Yeah,
2 more grams.
okay.
You're good.
Yeah.
So we're gonna zero out the scales.
Yep.
And we're gonna go straight in for 100.
100.
100.
Hmm.
So it's acrylic.
Looks like milk.
So it
but
is literally like PVA glue. So it's an acrylic binder.
Have you ever tasted it?
No,
Probably a
fortunately.
bad idea. right?
I've tasted some of the mixed stuff.
Now
when
you
using
told
the
me a
paddle.
number.
No,
and
when
I forgot it.
Oh, 100.
Oh,
that's 98. That's good.
Is that good enough?
It's more than good enough.
We got a little wiggle.
We've got
wiggle
like
room.
normally with most of these kind of mixes, you've used
Wiggle
about a 10% ratio.
Okay.
So let's go. Do you want to do the drilling or the holding? What do you want to do?
I don't know. I either way. Either way, I'm holding it. So
go for it. Let's do it. High speed.
Get some.
Medium speed. High speed. Medium speed. High speed. Yeah, we're good. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
So this is a high shear blade mixer that you can buy for Jesmonite. You can mix it by hand. It's no big deal. You don't need the Pro Tools, but for like the $30 or whatever this is, it's a great tool because in seconds you get a mix and you're ready to go. Okay, so let's get these scales out of the way.
Out of the way.
And we've got this brush. Basically what we're going to do, as you found out last night, but for the viewers at home, we're going to slather this in Jesmonite.
Yeah.
You don't have to be delicate with this because it's going to seep into this burlap and it's going to build up. And as it gets thicker, then we can start adding the texture. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to give this like a stipple texture, which is a bit different to what we did on the tree because the tree was lines and straights.
You want this to be
and
porous
here we're
like
going to
a rock.
we're going to make it a bit spikier on the surface.
Okay.
So let's go for it. Just start laying it on there.
Yeah. And you notice I have an apron on today, and yesterday I didn't because when I got back to the hotel room, all my clothes were ruined.
Well, the worst thing is like
Jesmonite everywhere.
You work with Jesmonite, and then if you've got arm hairs like we do,
Yeah.
it sticks on. It's probably the most painful thing you can experience ripping off Jesmonite.
Yeah,
It's
it dries
uncomfortable.
hard.
It does. So we've
amazing.
actually got 2 stones. So if you're finished with this one, we can grow back. So the aim with this is not to like put the thickest coat on the planet. You want to just coat everything, and then we're going to move on to the next one. And when this starts setting up, we're going to come back to it, and we can start doing more work with it. And that's the great thing. I mean, you can use this as fast as many people as you have. And last night we were like, I don't know if anyone's seen like the bear, but basically it was like a French brigade of making Jesmonite. It was like Jesmonite all night long. We were just shouting for. All I did was mix for like an hour. I didn't apply hardly any Jesmonite. You guys did it all.
Yeah.
We
probably should have just dumped all that into a giant bucket and then
just have everybody at it.
Everybody at once with like 2 brushes in each hand.
Yes.
That would have made sense.
It would have.
Yeah.
Do we think we want more? Have we got enough?
I don't know. There's never enough.
There's never enough Jesmonite. Well, while you're doing that, I'm going to mix up the next batch. You keep going there, and I'm going to.
So is this going to be watertight? Like
yes. So Jesmonite is watertight.
It's like not, waterproof, so like weatherproof. You just put it outside.
Each of these. So there's like AC 100, AC 200. I think there's a 4 and an 8. They all have slightly different properties. So this one basically doesn't.
What do
like
most
frost.
people use it for? Is it like in the boating industry? Is it?
This
in the
is
prop
predominantly
industry,
used in prop and decoration. So like the prop industry, I know particularly uses this heavily. So
texturizing.
Yeah, like one of the big prop makers I know in the UK basically use this. So if anyone's seen The Witcher, basically all those big outdoor structures are gallons of Jesmonite, basically.
Jesmonite.
Yeah, beautiful. So let's move on. Let's keep just bashing the next one.
Let's do a smaller rock.
Can I grab another cup from somebody? Yep. That isn't covered in Jesmonite.
You want me to just dump it on here?
Yeah, go for it.
Jesmonite.
So yeah, as this starts curing, we're going to be able to like start stippling it out.
Yeah, I was surprised on how fast it turned like really hard.
It does. Because when you're seeing this, it still looks like cloth with just some white paste scrubbed on it. And it's hard to believe it at that stage.
Right.
It is. It's little and often. Thank you very much, Kirby. Oh, it's got silicon in it. Right. Let's go. So yeah, like in terms of handling, how did you find it last night?
It was great. I mean, it was just understanding the process. Like, I liked coming into it completely blind and not understanding how we were going to make artificial trees.
Yeah.
You know?
But now, like, do you think it's something people can do at home?
God, it's so much fun.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're starting with, like,
especially being Halloween season, I guess. It's like,
this is, like Sal says, this is the truth window. And you can look in and you see the chicken wire shape that he socked up just real rough and then jammed in this paper just to fill the void and then hit it with a can of expanding foam in a bunch of spots. It was like, it looked like a bunch of mushrooms growing out in the wild. It was really crazy looking.
I mean, we could probably cut to the footage of the wire foam now. It's probably of the foam work if you guys have it.
And then gluing it.
So
the
yeah,
burlap.
we can see here. So this was us applying the spray foam to the tree.
I was like,
So
this isn't gonna work.
This is the process.
I'm like, man, where are we gonna throw this thing away at? Like, what are we doing?
It stinks. Like you don't want to do that part indoors. That's definitely something you want to do with some space. So yeah, it's very accessible.
And it dried so fast.
It does dry really fast. So yeah, let's make up a little batch.
Yeah, you got it?
Yeah, I've got it. Cool. So Kirby, actually, could you grab me the wire mesh rock, because we can kind of show people the outline of that. And some other thing we tried last night, we actually put some colors in this. So do you want to put some color in this second layer, just to like pick some colors? We've got like
black
a pile
and
of
white.
Grab the whole pile of colors, and we'll just grab some blacks.
We're gonna hit some black.
Yeah, let's hit some black.
Hit some white.
Sure.
Or it's already white, right?
Yeah.
You want some gold?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. A little more black?
Sure, why not?
Yeah. YOLO. So this is what you did. You made like a little hat here.
Yes.
And
yeah,
you know, it looks like a rock.
It does.
Not
it
really.
Does.
You know,
and basically,
but it's a
all
rock.
you need is just some wire snips, and definitely get some like heavy duty gloves.
Yeah.
So that you're gonna cut yourself to ribbons.
It looks
Otherwise,
like I got in a fight with a chicken right
Yes, yeah, you do get that, the chicken scratches.
Yep.
So we have this. We've now painted it, and it's I say we painted it. Sorry, we've added paint to it. So this is just generic acrylic paint. So you can see they've got this nice dark rock color. So actually, you can take away some of the paint steps just by pre-making. We didn't for this because we wanted to show off the process.
Wow, it's like sludge, man.
Yeah,
It's like,
let's
it's
do it.
thick.
Let's get it on there. In fact,
it's thick.
Yeah, let me grab a brush too, and I can.
Okay.
I can join in.
I'm Jasmine Knighton.
Yep, it's the way to do it. I'm good.
Let's get whimsical.
It's the way to do it.
It's gonna look so cool.
It is. It is. So this one's already starting to get a little tacky. So what I can start doing is we do need a little bit more coat just to thicken it up.
Yeah.
But for the sake of showing on the live stream, we can basically stipple, and we start to get these little textures start to appear on the surface. And obviously, the harder it gets, the more this texture is going to become more defined over time.
Dan, I'm stippling.
Stippling. It's a good process. But yeah, I think let's hand this off. Kirby, do you want to take over and do a little bit more brushing?
Kirby.
I think we should get onto some painting. I think it's paint time.
Okay.
You feel like it's paint time? Because then we can come back to this when it's dried in 20 minutes, and we can show how quick it is.
We'll swap our gloves.
Yes, I'm not going to swap my gloves because it's the only ones left in the building.
Yeah, I'm going to keep these on then.
Right, let's wheel this table out the way. Let's rock and roll this one out. Yeah, so, Matt, could you bring in our lovely tree? So here's one we made earlier in true Blue Peter style, which I realized no one in America got as a reference.
Yeah.
For those British people.
Peter Blue.
Yeah, this is perfect.
It's Peter Blue or Blue Peter?
Blue Peter.
Blue Peter.
Yeah, it was like,
it's when you have
it was the
something.
kids show of the 90s.
Okay.
And kids would build things. And
so we would call it a cooking show. Like,
yes. Yeah, exactly that. Yeah.
Full gallon.
Yeah, it's a full
So,
gallon.
so I just dumped this on top.
Right.
Can we
Waterfall
can
it
we
down?
wheel it over a little bit so we're not? I'm a bit tight over here. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've basically got this. This has all been jesmonite and textured up.
Sat overnight.
It
Painted
sat
a couple
overnight. It's
times.
painted. It didn't need to sit overnight. We just had to go to bed.
Matt Clegg.
We finished at midnight last night, and I think that was more than enough.
And I think Matt Clegg painted this like 4 times.
He did, yes. He was the
there
man.
he is. Man, he's right there.
The
That
man,
was
the myth,
spooky
the
how
legend.
that happened.
Painted it black.
Painted it black. Absolutely. It's my kind of man.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, this doesn't look like much because it's solid black on the camera and it's going to look like a silhouette. But what we're going to do here is a technique called dry brushing. And what this is, we're basically going to take the tiniest bit of paint on this brush and we're going to basically swipe it across the surface and you're going to see all this crazy texture come out. So I'll grab a brush. Oh, thank you very much.
So you're just hitting the top surfaces.
Yeah. So what you can see, we're taking like the tiniest bit. I'm going to rub most of it off here, just so that we have a little bit of a build-up.
Yeah.
And we're just going to lightly start rubbing over, and you suddenly start to see all those high spots pick up. And
Yeah.
we're just going to keep building it up
That's
like
crazy.
this as it dries, and you start to see that we really get that kind of crazy tree gnarly texture comes out. And basically, we're going to just build up like this. So I think Matt's gonna take over from. Do you want to do some? Do you want to have a go?
I just want to go real quick. Just
Yeah,
because
go
it
for
looks
go
like
for
something I just
It
I
is
gotta,
fun. So
I
like,
gotta
get as
do
much
with
off
my
on
life.
the palette as possible, and then we're just gonna like go for it.
gets. Oh my God, dude, no.
And the benefit of going sideways, you want to go sideways because we want to try and catch the brush.
Yeah, because I would have went straight up and down, and I would have buried
then your bristles
in
will
those
go
canyons.
Correct. Yeah, we don't want to do that.
We're leaving the recessed pockets.
Yes, because we're creating depth. Everything that we're doing on all these steps is creating depth.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, it looks so good.
So gnarly, man. It looks like a real tree now.
It does.
You're the tree master.
So we have another thing, which is the slight opposite way.
You got to
So
try it, man.
If anybody's ever worked with,
it's like healing.
Yes,
That
it is.
so
It's therapeutic. It is,
man. I can
It
do
is.
that like
So
all day.
the technique for this is a little bit in reverse. If anybody's ever painted small scale items before, typically you always paint the lighter shade first, and then you put the black in because you've got lots of little crevices to get into. The difference with this is because we've got such a big surface and the crevices are so big, relatively speaking, it's much easier to make the whole thing black and bring in our highlights.
I was going to do it the opposite. That's why I brought my airbrush
exactly,
guns.
exactly.
And I'm like,
You would be there hours doing exactly
days,
that.
not hours, days, man.
Kirby, can we have a little bit of cardboard or something I can just bat some more paint on? Let's grab. No, that's your Jesmonite brush. So the difference here with this rock, we've painted this rock like a primer gray, and we're basically gonna hit this with a little black. We're gonna do the same effect, except we wanna get some contrast between the tree. So we don't want it to be all just dark and darkness.
Yeah, it's like
so
a good spooky.
It is.
tree
It's a
going
good
on.
spooky vibe. So
Majestic.
it's good. It's perfect time for Halloween.
Whimsical.
Whimsical. So we're gonna take a little bit
Tiny
of
bit.
the black, and we're gonna just, you can take this as your little palette.
Dry brushing.
Yeah, dry brushing.
Which direction?
Let's do some on the front. And because we don't have grain, it's a rock.
Okay.
And
Oh,
you can see like suddenly the rock just it gets shape.
Yeah, dude, it's like popping out like crazy. Look at that. It looks like I'm painting textures on.
It is, yeah.
And that's the burlap, the jasmonite.
Jasmonite. Yeah.
Wow.
There's no jazz involved.
Jasmonite. It's just so much fun to say.
It is.
You know,
it's a lot
like,
of fun.
I'm gonna go home and be like, we're getting jasmonite here.
Yes.
My wife's gonna be like, what are you talking about?
What are you talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Got to get it from the UK.
So yeah, these guys are going to keep working on this, and we're going to slowly start talking about the other one.
Yeah,
basically.
I can't wait.
Let's
for the other
wheel
one.
this one out the way for now. Let's put it to one side. We'll come back to it in 10 minutes or so.
Copy that. Be right back.
Yeah, be right back. So this is the one that looks a little bit more like your design. So let's get this one across a little.
Oh my
more.
God, there's the rocks. Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I love the AstroTurf on the bottom.
Yes, it helps separate it out a little bit. So this basically, I mean, I don't know if we have the footage of the CNC wood cutting for this one, or the piece before, but basically
Do we need this one on a bench, maybe?
I don't think we can get this one on a bench. I think
Okay.
it's So we can see this is some of the cutting, and this is what the base is inside of this thing.
Yeah.
Basically, Sal in his lovely spare time cut out all these
Salama.
pieces. So they basically took Jason's X design piece and made them into layers, and we basically cut those layers out, and they were all clamped together with glues and screws and sweat and tears.
Yeah. And threaded rod.
Yes.
And threaded rod with the washers and in the nuts.
Yeah.
Kind of squeezed everything
It did.
down.
It did.
And the wood glue in the middle. I mean, this thing is strong.
It is
This
strong. I would say this
was
is
not the chicken wire and spray foam.
No, this
around
wasn't.
the post
No.
because we wanted that extreme whimsicalness
Yes.
on the angle.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
this much about this high is 100% like a 4x4.
Yes.
But then it goes into
It goes
layers,
into layers
of wood.
of wood. Yeah.
So
it's
I mean,
exactly
this thing's
that.
strong.
It is.
You're
Yeah.
not
This
messing with
is pretty stable. So all we did after this was just layer it with the burlap material over the top, and we kind of put in some like tubes of burlap just to give us some of these like extra ribs along the side, just to bring in some more of that like tree texture.
Tree bark.
Yeah, tree bark. Yeah.
Yeah.
And basically, as we started painting it up, once again, like Jason, we basically made like little small plastic tools with rakes that look like forks almost, and you can kind of drag these textures into the surface.
Yeah, I thought you were crazy.
Yeah.
I'm like, okay, he's lost it. What is he doing?
It's 11:30. Luke's lost it.
Yeah, and he's like scratching at this tree with his nails and like this comb you made.
My fingers were covered in jasmonite, just scraping down.
And it didn't look cool until you made it brown. When we painted it brown and Clegg was over here and we were all painting this thing brown, it really you started to see the definition.
You do. And I doubted myself you do. I think.
And then
it's
when
the
you were
natural.
painting it black today, I was like, what is he doing?
Yeah, because last night
black.
we tried an experiment.
I'm running around the Fab Lab like, why is it black? What are you doing? It's a tree. They're brown.
We mixed some brown in with the Jesmonite just to try and give it a brown base.
Yeah.
But the Jesmonite goes so white, it was so off, and it was just wrong.
So awesome.
So it was better to just go back to black and do exactly like Matt and Kirby are doing over there on the.
Is it rock time?
It is indeed rock time. So Kirby,
I got him.
Can you? Oh, you've got the rocks
Yeah,
already.
Kirby's got him.
Kirby's got the rocks.
him. He's the rock man.
Rock man.
And
Rock
it's
man.
boiler time.
Nice. So yeah, we've basically got
Boiler
these
time.
urethane cast rocks, basically. And where are they going to go, Jason?
On the bookhouse.
Are we going to follow the design precisely?
You know what we need? We need the boiler.
We need the boiler first.
Yeah, and we need
we need
the nail gun.
Are we going to nail? Are we going to nail?
Sal, oh my goodness, the rocks! It's okay. Sal was going to nail gun it on.
Are we really going to nail gun this on?
We're going to glue it.
Are we going to nail gun
Sal was going to use Velcro.
Can we
and
nail
zip
gun
ties.
this on?
Now's when we use zip ties.
I didn't think we could nail gun it.
So
but yeah, we can just slot it in for now. It'll hold
somewhere.
It does. It goes right there.
That's the boiler.
Yeah,
okay.
That is the boiler.
Oh wow, it's going to stay there.
Yeah, because there's a little bit of a grip. Because Sal's such a good woodworker. He basically engineered it perfectly.
It's a perfect fit.
It's totally not being held in by the paint right now.
So then we need the rocks.
Yeah, we need some rocks
positioned like
strategically
around. And then how are we going to glue the rocks?
Let's spin that around.
Because that's like a rock wall.
It is. So we're going to use a 2-part epoxy. It's Gorilla Glue. So it's not the one component glue, but it's the 2-component one. This one here. So this sort of sets in 5 minutes. It's a really great stuff. So let's get some of that on the go. Do you want to mix, or do you want to? I don't know. The lid has its own little thing. What do you want to do? Do you want to place? I feel you need to place. I feel it's
like
your calling in life, Jason.
It's like I've gone back to when I was
Primal.
in X shape placing rocks all over again. It's like maybe I should get a screenshot of it and rematch it.
Yeah,
I nestled them in there,
So we're gonna do this.
I think some of the bigger rocks need to go on this side.
You think?
Yeah. So, the rock placement on this is going to make or break the whole project, right?
Which is why it's all your responsibility now.
Yeah. So we'll do it. And then the door is going to go on and the hinges going to open.
Yeah.
And the roof. We got to talk about the roof
a little bit. Talk about the roof, yeah. Wow. I think we should get some of these stones on. And then let's get some doors on the go.
Oh, you got the epoxy going.
I'm there. I'm here.
Is that 2-minute epoxy?
5.
Oh boy, what are we going to do with the extra time?
Who knows?
Got 5 minutes.
Are we good?
No, we are far from good. We are great, my friend.
We're great. Yeah, you give me a rock face side up, and we'll apply it.
Okay.
You good? Do you want me to just?
Yeah. Okay. What's gonna hold that? Just me?
Yeah. I mean, if you sort of squeeze it on,
okay,
the surface tension
it's gonna
should.
stay.
Yeah, I think let's try it out because these are pretty light.
Yeah.
They should hold on.
I
Okay.
scraped them up.
Yeah. Okay. So they've been keyed on the back. That's just like posh words for sanded.
Cool.
And yeah, I think you should be able to. Is it going to stick okay?
Yeah.
No, it's going to droop and fall.
Yeah.
Sadly.
I'm just gonna hold it for 5 minutes.
Yeah, or we can get some masking tape. You just tape it, or Kirby can stand there for 5 minutes. Let's get a couple on. We'll tape it and we'll move on. Like I think people know.
Yeah. It's really cool because this gray is gonna stand out more.
It
with
is.
That
It absolutely is. Yeah.
Background.
Yes. Oh, tape! It's coming into frame. In 3, 2, 1.
Hey, I got some tape right here.
Perfect. Yeah, let's tape those into place. I think that's gonna really help. You want me to give you the tape?
Yeah, I got stuff on me here.
I have to try and get tape out with gloves on. Yes. Oh, even better. I don't want your tape, Sal. So you want that like that? Is this whimsical orientation?
Yeah. That's good. That one's right there, and then we just need some smaller ones to get like in these corners. Like jammed in there. I want it to look like the birds kind of placed them in there,
Yeah, let's do it.
This one's not rough, but
okay. I've got a few bit more epoxy. You ready for?
Yeah. This guy.
Let's do it. So once again, this is pretty much all materials that you can easily access.
Yeah.
Obviously, Sal. Sorry, no, this is the one with the CNC machine. This is the complicated one.
Well, we had to go hard, you know.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Sal.
SLUGME 8. I
Sal-
don't want Eric Beatty coming after me.
Sal did a great job. This is, I would say, this is a heavy shed project. You good? Is this
almost?
We've got some tape here, some whimsy adhesive.
Yep. And then
that's good.
I really want to.
You want another one? You want one more?
Yeah. Sorry.
No, you're good. You're good.
We can't stop now.
Can't stop. Won't stop.
Can't stop. Won't stop. And then I want to put this one on.
You want me to just cover that one up straight away? Yeah.
Yep. This one's going right here at an angle. It just feels so weird without my keyboard. Real life is great. Okay.
Real life is great.
I
got the tape. Oh,
I need that tape peeled back.
Okay, I can help with that.
Okay.
Is that one there? Is that right?
No, it's sticking like right
I'm
there.
gonna.
It's like it's fallen. You know, it's like sagged into place here.
There we go.
There we go.
We can come back to this though. It's,
I like it. Yeah.
Let's leave that there.
Beautiful.
Okay, so I think we should now enlist the help of the lovely Chinlu, because I think it's time to talk about doors.
Okay.
I think do we have doors ready yet? Are they
doors? And we should tape the boiler on so it doesn't come off.
Yes. Do you want to just take it down for now?
Should we glue it? And should we epoxy it?
We'd have to mix up some more. Let's like.
Okay.
Yes.
The other one is on the back shelf somewhere, right?
Yes, it is. Yes. Yeah. So you will have spent some time with Chinlu earlier.
Dude.
How good is this?
Dude, this is the real deal. Man.
How does it feel seeing your vision in reality?
It's insane, man. It's like,
oh, thank you.
I feel like I would have took a little bit more time drawing the bluebird, but it looks so cool, man.
There was a lot of fun in picking all of the random different colors.
This is the payoff pitch right here. Oh,
yeah,
you're screwing it in.
Yeah, let's do it.
Oh wow, this is happening. It's happening all so fast.
Can you just lift it up a little on this side?
Yeah,
I've got a pre-drilled hole here. That's all.
Okay.
Can you push it more my way?
We're missing one of the skirts for the front, the book. Yep, send it. I like that. So what tool is that you have?
It's the Screwdriver 3000.
Okay, I got it. That's cool.
It's a very high-end tool that I'm failing at using, it seems. Can we just shut that door in all the way?
Yeah. Just put it in its pocket. Put it in its home.
Yeah, there we go. That's better.
Yeah. Here, I'll just kind of make sure it doesn't fall. Chinlu, this is looking really cool.
Yeah, we do need some lights in there.
Yeah, can throw some LED lights in there.
Yeah,
but I got to drill a hole for the solar panel. Right? It's okay. We'll put a solar panel on top. We'll light this thing up. Yeah.
So what's the plans for this afterwards? Do you think?
You know, I'm hoping to install it in my son's school.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be really cool. They have like this old busted up book house that kind of does the job, but it's been there like 20 years. You know, I mean, they have a shelf life being outside in New York, like the rain, the snow, the sleet,
yeah. And there's definitely some compromises we've made here for the sake of time.
Yeah.
Compared to if you were being outside, but I think you're a man of enough talents to be able to make this weatherproof.
Yeah.
And make some modifications.
I'm just going to clear coat the whole thing.
There we go. We're good. Look at that door. Well done, Chinlu. Round of applause for Chinlu. Yeah. Look at that. Love it.
Oh, that's awesome.
If only we had some door handles.
Yeah. Could pop them on.
Only we had some door handles. Do we have some door handles?
I think we need to finish this book.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do the book.
Let's do the book.
How convenient.
How
of
convenient.
Kirby, the man in the
Kirby.
back. Bam! I got rocks. I got books.
Okay. So this piece here, we basically made to make the sort of book pages. It's basically pink. What type of foam is this? That
Insulation.
Insulation?
Yeah,
okay.
we call that like rigid.
Yeah, we have like
insulation
urethane
panels.
foam in the UK, which I think is basically the same stuff. But
Sounds made up.
Sure. Yeah, I made it up right now. Anyway, this is basically insulation foam that we've hand carved to kind of represent the folds on the book. And basically, this was just with a cheap hot knife from Amazon. that you could buy, and we just scribed some details in. So Jason had a go at sculpting some of these earlier. It's pretty easy, and I think you just have to go slow and patiently when you carve these kinds of things. So I think let's just hit this with some super glue for now.
Super glue.
I think when you come to redo parts of the roof, you'll probably weatherproof this a little bit better. But yeah, let's zigzag a big pile of
zigzag method. I like that. I was going to cross hatch, but I'm with you.
Okay.
I'm just going to go stupid on it. Look at that.
Sure. Yeah, go for it.
And that won't melt the foam.
No, it's super glue doesn't really melt the foam.
Wrap.
In my experience, until today.
Until right now. Oh my God.
Until right now, yeah. So we're going to just hold that in place for a bit.
It's starting to look like a book.
It is. It is. I'm really happy with it. So the outside is basically it's a PVC, basically leather, faux leather. I think that's good now.
Yeah, let's spin it. Let's show them.
Yeah, let's. I'm going to take these gloves off so we don't mar the lovely finish. But yeah, there was basically a sculpted spine for the back, and we've just laminated it in this this fake leather.
Right.
Cows don't really come in sizes like this.
Or red. I haven't seen any
There's
red
not many
ones.
red cows lying
I've
around.
looked.
So yeah, we used pleather for this, which is a great substitute. It might not last outdoors so well. There's some other things you could do. You could try and clear coat it, but this isn't really UV stable. It'll probably get light outside.
Yeah.
So what me and Jason discussed earlier that he might do for the final one is actually coat this whole thing or remove it and place some Jesmonite on, like we've done with the tree.
Yeah.
And then apply a leather texture to that. And then that would be a really hard wearing roof that would last for, a long time. And you can go back to applying more automotive clear to it.
Yeah, but honestly, it looks so good. Maybe it just needs to live indoors.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe this is in the library, like inside.
Maybe where books are typically kept.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, that's great. Let's have a little spin around and we can have a look. So there's some features on the back here that we haven't quite finished yet. Do you want to talk us through what's going on at the back, Jason?
Not really.
That's my job. Okay.
So this is the Andy Barnes door.
Yes.
And the Jordan Tadich door.
Okay.
And inside this door is another chamber of things. And it goes all the way up to here.
Yep.
And it's very nice. And we're putting Andy, bird seed in here.
Do it right there.
Okay.
Just do it.
Give me a door.
Give me a door. There's a door somewhere here. It's probably over in the prime station there, over there by Eric. Here comes the door. Here comes the door.
Here comes the door.
And Andy Barnes, everyone. Woo! Show us where it goes, Andy.
Love it.
Boom. We call this the access hatch for various things. Perhaps some bird seed.
It's good.
Perhaps more books.
Store the bird seed in there.
More books. Erasers, free pencils forever. Right here. So we have storage.
We do.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, is there anything else about this that you don't?
I just want to spin over and take the tape off the rocks because it's like really bothering me because it's been 5 minutes, everyone, for the epoxy. So let's pop the tape off.
Has it been?
Yeah.
So last night when we were spraying the burlap on, like the contact adhesive, you basically spray it and you wait 5 minutes. And it was like watching a kid the day before Christmas. He's like, "Is it time yet?" I'm like, "No, it's been 10 seconds."
No, I'm really good at waiting, Luke.
No, you are really not good at waiting.
Okay.
Are these okay? Are we good?
I hope so.
I think we're good.
It's time.
Look at that.
Sweet.
Beautiful.
So those rocks will get, pitter pattered throughout there.
Yep.
And on the other side, and then it'll bring it home.
I think it will. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, I think that's pretty much covered all of the parts of the build that we would probably talk about.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think it's been a great project to work on.
Yeah.
Forget the birdhouse.
Oh yeah.
So
spin it around.
It does. So last thing, thanks to Andy, we got these birdhouses that Chin Lu lasered out. And this was really cool because design team was able to calculate this so it went together like a puzzle. So they got letters where D lines up with D and C lines up with C. And
Nice.
it was like building the 3D puzzle, like hyper fun. And this is going to be the
Oh, I see.
dormers.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
so more books will get added to the top. This will be fixed in here.
Nice. Okay.
And the idea is to have this be, a working birdhouse.
Yep.
For just 2 birds that we
Okay.
hand select from Walt Disney World and force to live in this house.
Yep.
But for the sake of not having bird poop and scare the children every time they want to get a book, it's like, I got attacked by a blue jay. What we're going to do is we're going to drill a hole here.
Yeah.
But I'm going to 3D print a little cartoon bird.
Yeah, you're going to sculpt it? You're going to make
I'm going
like
to
a
sculpt
little...
it in X shape.
Nice.
It's found on the 3D Experience platform, which is awesome.
Yeah.
And I'm going to put it right here, little bird, little blue bird, sticking its head in there. So nothing will really invade the space in here.
Yeah, so just purely decorative.
Decorative bluebirds.
It's the way forward.
That's what Sal wants to do.
Yeah.
And the other dormer over here, same thing. Button this up. And
good.
we'll decide if it's going to live indoors or outdoors. But it's beautiful. Like,
yeah,
it's just so cool being here, surrounded by incredibly talented people like yourself. And you know, I always want to surround myself with really smart people. So that's why I came here today, is to learn something at the 3D Experience Lab, and it's just awesome watching all this happen.
I think we should wheel in what 10 minutes of red-faced flustering can
Matt
do.
Clegg is going to town.
Clegg has
ladies
gone
and
to
gentlemen.
town. So this is with 10 minutes. What a difference! Like, look at that. Yeah.
Wow.
Brilliant. Well done. Yeah, well done.
Look, house, dude.
Look at it.
And you can mimic a light source
spin it,
too.
spin it, dude.
You can leave all the darks just
Yep.
by where you apply it.
Like,
Great job.
look at the backside. Look at that.
I love that.
360 spin.
10 minutes worth of training.
Yeah, you did great.
Yeah.
I think Matt's
Little hit
missed his
here.
calling. He might be changing jobs to scenic decoration.
It's super therapeutic, dude.
It is. And
Awesome.
yeah, anybody can achieve these things. I think you just have to make it. I think thinking in your head you can't achieve the things is probably the worst thing you can do. I think just make it, and even if it doesn't go great the first time, you'll learn something from it. And if you have fun, that's all that matters. It's good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that's all I have. Like, thanks everybody for helping out.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Dan Wagner for dragging us all in here to do this.
I would too.
Yeah.
Well, that was a pretty wild ride. I think it's cool to see all of the people that were on the other side of the camera all at once here. The last couple of days have been a lot of blood, sweat, and tears in here and a lot of work. And guys, it was a blast. So one more round of applause for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Woo! Whimsical!
The energy and the vibe in here last couple of days has been pretty awesome. I hope we can do it again next year. Thank you, everybody, for sticking with us through the technical difficulties. I think we recovered, and that was worth the wait, team. That was awesome. Jason, you did an awesome job, man, taking us through the story. So thank you, everybody. Once again, this has been SLUGME 8. Eric, Todd, my hosts here with me, thank you so much, and we'll see you guys next time.
SLUGME!